Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Pirates, Robin and I are childhood sweethearts. Chapter 61. Luffy and others, who had just successfully stopped the Buster Call, were in high spirits and immediately expressed their intention to fight the Marines for another 300 rounds. I'm going to beat them up this time. No one is allowed to snatch that rat Lieutenant General from me. Lorraine, brother, listen to my advice, you can't beat him. But he didn't say anything out loud. Since the ship hasn't been built yet and Luffy and the others don't plan to escape, let's give it a try. Let's go. Brothers, wait a minute, idiot. Nami grabbed Luffy, who was walking out excitedly, and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Ah, what's wrong? Do you want to start a war with so many Marines in a residential area? No, of course not, idiot. Don't you know how destructive you are? Where will the residents live if you destroy them? The point is, we can't afford to pay, Nami whispered in her heart. Luffy suddenly realized it now. Nami is right, so where to go? Go to dock number 1. It has been abandoned for a long time. There is also a large square that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Yoshi, then let's go there. No, will Marine listen to us and go there? Luffy punched his palms, feeling that he was very smart and had thought of such an important question. Don't worry, the Lieutenant Generals will definitely ask where you are. I'll just ask the company's employees to tell you to rest there. Bingshan smiled slightly and said the solution to the problem. Everyone nodded, thinking that this method was feasible, and was about to ask Lorraine for his opinion. After all, he was the strongest person present. Turning around, he saw him and Robin biting their ears. Luffy stretched his neck and got behind the two people, baring his big teeth. What are you talking about? Lorraine. Luffy. Hold head high. Did you know that eavesdropping is very impolite? Little brats, don't eavesdrop on adults. Lorraine spoke softly and even had a smile on her face. I don't know why, but I always feel that Lorraine is so scary now. The hair all over Chopper's body stood up. His animal instinct made him feel danger. Others also felt this way. Luffy was the only one who didn't feel it. Instead, he was angered by Lorraine's little brat comment. Little brat, you can't fix it. Do you want to fight? I'm the captain. Boom. Ouch. Are you still justified in eavesdropping on other people's conversations? Luffy squatted on the ground holding his head and groaned for a long time before standing up again, saying that he was not eavesdropping and was listening openly. Then before Lorraine took action again, he asked what he was going to ask just now. Lorraine naturally had no objection, and he would fight wherever he went. He was just discussing with Robin, wanting her to rest and not participate in the next battle. But Robin disagreed. For this reason, Lorraine reluctantly took the previous bet in exchange, but Robin still refused. Well, only she knows the reason. Maybe it's because she doesn't want to see Lorraine and the others fighting alone, or maybe she wants to try on that dress herself. This is not an ordinary incident. The possibility of death for you is very high. Don't forget how miserable you were when you faced the Lieutenant General before. Lorraine looked at the excited group of people and felt that she needed to remind them. Water City Dock No. 1. There are huge pieces of steel scrap everywhere, as well as the remains of dismantled ships. An air door suddenly opened. A dozen figures walked out of it, including Lorraine and others, and Frankie and the others also came over. The Sniper King originally planned to run away. Finally, he made up his mind to come with everyone. He didn't know why he was so afraid of death that he would come, but he came and it was too late to regret it. What's surprising is that Frankie's family is all here, and even his two younger sisters have taken up knives, expressing their intention to fight with their eldest brother. There are also some Carrera employees there. What are you doing here? Luffy questioned. Although we are Marines, we know what happened. We cannot let you fight alone at this time. Don't worry, this is our own decision and has nothing to do with the Water City. Frankie was moved again and played the guitar. Okay, that's okay. Then don't get in the way later. Luffy said and ignored them. It's really big here. Marine hadn't arrived yet, so Zoro looked around randomly and found a slightly open place to insert the snow walker. What are you doing? This knife is already dead. Let it watch me fight one last time. This way it should have no regrets. Lorraine also saw what Zoro did, thought for a moment, then disappeared, and reappeared a few seconds later with a knife in his hand. It was his famous sword Junhang that he had kept under the bed for many years, and he threw it towards Zoro. Zoro turned around and reached out to catch it. What is this for? The great knife has 21 skills. The famous sword is Junhang. I'll lend it to you first. Zoro was happy inside, but his face remained calm. With a clang sound, I pulled out the sword and looked at it. Although it had not been out of its sheath for more than 10 years, it was still sharp. It is indeed a famous sword. Then I would like to thank you very much. Thank you for what? I borrowed it from you. Remember to pay it back to me when you're done with it. Otherwise, I can sell it to you for 1 million belly. Zoro's face darkened. In his mind, the value of a famous sword could not be measured by Bailey, but he had no money, and all the money was in Nami's hands. At this time, Marines also came here one after another. The leaders were the 5 lieutenant generals they had met before, followed by CP0 and the Wuyongyang Marine. You knew we were here and you still didn't run away. This time we are not in the sea. More than 10,000 Marines will definitely bring you to justice. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel couldn't help but feel angry when he saw the neatly organized Lorraine and others. He had known that there were more than 10,000 people there, and they had CP0's help. You still dare to wait here, you don't take them seriously at all. The CP0 members behind him also came out more and more, shouting at Lorraine. Although I don't know how you escaped from Chief Kunji, but now that they are gone, it is up to us to kill you. As he spoke, he rushed towards Lorraine, who also greeted him with a sneer. I'll tell you how I escaped later. Of course it's Kai Wushwang. As long as I kill them all, no one will know how I escaped. Seeing this, the others also started fighting with Marine. It was still the same as before. The 3 main forces, Frankie and Robin, directly faced the 5 lieutenant generals, while Chopper, Usopp, Nami and others were clearing out the minions from the edge. Just as Lorraine expected, the remaining CP0 members are also ability users. There are 3 animal types and 1 paramesha. As for what form it is, Lorraine can probably guess it, because the animal type has the ability to change its appearance at the same time. One is covered with scales and I don't know what it is, one is a turtle with thorns, and one is a snake. What surprised Lorraine was that one of the 4 people was a swordsman, and his swordsmanship had even reached the level of a swordsman. It was the member of Paramesha. He reached out and grabbed a knife from the cast iron next to him. Then the piece of iron, which was estimated to weigh several tons, suddenly collapsed. It had obviously become scrap iron. Scum. Lorraine planned to kill this Paramesha first, for no reason, just because he was an alien. The attack was coming in a flash of lightning. Nisunai, an ordinary sword. Ding. Lorraine turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the attacks of several other members. He came behind the swordsman and slashed with his sword. The CP0 member turned back sharply to block with his sword. Then he was shaken back by the huge force for more than 10 meters, but the person was not cut. It was different from Lorraine's expectation. He had known that the Yuhun in his hand was already a black sword, and with the armed color, he struck the opponent with 1 strike. The knife should be disconnected. Hiss, this knife is pretty hard. You didn't expect it. I am an extractor who ate the extraction fruit. I can extract the essence from the items and shape them into what I want. This extraction knife is as hard as a famous knife. Lorraine, okay, I already know, no need to forcefully explain it to you. Is that so? Then let me see how you do this. Before he finished speaking, he used his top-notch shaving technique to dodge the physical skills of the 3 turtles and snakes again, and instantly came to the extractor, swiping the knife from bottom to top. The dragon that eats me, raise your head. Did you tell me? Poof. The extractor blocked with his sword again, and before he could finish his taunting words, he was immediately thrown away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, knocking away an unknown number of people, and finally stopped when he was embedded in a piece of cast iron. Just kidding, this knife is wrapped with conquerors. Lake. The remaining 3 people exclaimed and rushed towards Lorraine again, but they were only animal-type ability users. Their fighting methods were limited to physical skills, and they also needed to rely on domineering. The physical skills were not as strong as Lorraine in the first place, and the domineering was not as strong as Lorraine. They hit him on the head. Not to mention those present, even if we zoom in on the entire world, no one would dare to say that Lorraine's knowledge and color are second to none. When he first ate the thunder fruit, he might not be able to defeat ridiculously strong old monsters like Garp or Whitebeard. But with the development of his abilities, he now has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if you can't win, you won't lose. These CP0 members couldn't touch Lorraine at all. After a few rounds, he was beaten to the point of being teased and his face was swollen. He even took the time to discharge an electric shock to help Usopp and others. This can't continue like this, we have to find a way to slow him down. Several CP0 members got up from the ground again, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, looked at each other with the snake fruit man, and spat dark green saliva at Lorraine. The turtle man stood in front of the snake man, and the last CP9 dived down into the water, directly into the ground. "Ha, pangolin, you are so disgusting. Laugh." As soon as Lorraine complained, he saw green venom flying towards him. Then he cursed and ducked sideways. The saliva fell on the ground and corroded the ground, making strange noises. Smoke also came out while corroding. Since you want to play the game of Mitai, then let's see who is more Mitai. With that said, I exchanged my training points from Tongzi for a lot of Poseidon-type poop, about 10 tons of it. The thing at the bottom of the pyramid of the system mall is said to be the top fertilizer in the world, and only 100 cultivation points can be exchanged for 1 ton. A sizzling sound came to the top of the two people's heads. Great summoning technique. Meteor fall. 10 tons of Poseidon-like feces appeared less than 10 meters above the heads of two people. Electrostatic field. In order to prevent the two people from escaping, Lorraine also deliberately placed a circular electric field below to paralyze the two people's bodies. After a burst of crackling sounds, the two men were about to die. "No, it's shit that's dripping all over your head. Ha 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 ha." Lorraine teleported and hid far away. Then he laughed out loud when he saw the miserable situation of the two people. His smile attracted everyone's attention. Then I saw two dark people lying in the middle of a large pool of black things, twitching non-stop, and I didn't know what happened. Lorraine curled up her lips and electrocuted her inside again. 30 million volts discharge. The high temperature of the thunder and lightning evaporated the water in the Poseidon-type poop, and white smoke emerged. Now everyone knew what the black stuff was. The smoke can even hurt your eyes. Everyone. Ah. Odosan, Ogasan, help, oh my god. What kind of devilish smell is this? The people who were fighting were directly conquered by this smell, and they rushed straight to Tianlingai. Is this a despicable trick of pirates? This difficulty can't stop us. Everyone cover their mouths with towels. The flying squirrel covered his nose and ordered loudly. All the Marines took out towels and wrapped them around their faces, and those who didn't have towels just tore off their clothes. Although it wasn't very useful, it was much better, and then I rushed forward again. The straw hats are similar, except for Luffy, whose senses are different from ordinary people. The worst thing was Chopper. His nose was much more sensitive than a human's. The moment he smelled the smell, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Oh, accidentally injured friendly forces. I'm sorry, Chopper. Lorraine apologized insincerely, and then suddenly remembered whether Robin also. Too bad, but no one should know that it was me who did it, what the heck. Before I could get lucky for a second, I saw a white and tender little hand growing on my shoulder. He grabbed his ears with precision and grace. Without having time to think about it, he stabbed the two CP0s lying on the ground and quickly came to Robin's side with a sizzling sound. He hugged her and jumped to the roof where there was fresh air. Phew, it stinks. Robin then put down the hand holding his nose, quickly took 2 deep breaths, and then looked at Lorraine angrily. Lorraine. He is one of those who feel guilty now. He should have known better than to use that thing. Seeing that Lorraine didn't speak, Robin became even more angry and stretched out his hand towards his ear. I was wrong, but I will dare next time. Robin. Grab the ears and twist them. He, I'm just kidding, don't be angry, Robin, I'll use this trick again next time when you're not around. That's pretty much it. The previous bet doesn't count. It's just a punishment. As she spoke, she turned her head arrogantly, and then secretly glanced back. She was relieved to see that Lorraine didn't say anything. She was afraid that Lorraine would disagree. And Lorraine's hard at the moment. Blanche. Big loss. After a little emo, Lorraine immediately returned to normal. The battle below was still going on. It would not be good for him to take his wife out to flirt with her in the middle. Ahem, baby Robin, please stay here for a while. It's too smelly down there, so don't go down there. Well, even if you call me, I won't go down. Robin loves to be clean and has to take a shower every day. Letting her go to a place like that would kill her. He simply sat down on the roof. Lorraine disappeared in a flash. Although the battle below was not as fierce as before, it was still inseparable. Everyone was crying while outputting wildly. There was nothing I could do, but it was too eye-catching. Lorraine was also rushed when he came down this time. He was really over the top. He did not join the battle immediately, but came to the pile of Poseidon poop again, because there was still one member of CP0 who had not been solved. The pangolin CP0 who got under the cave is probably the only one here who has not been poisoned by biological weapons. Although the entrance to the cave has been blocked by poop, he has not smelled the smell due to the lack of air circulation in the cave. At this time, he had already dug the hole at the place where Lorraine's feet were. He listened carefully to the movement on the ground, hoping to suddenly collapse the ground and catch Lorraine off guard. But after listening for a long time, I couldn't tell where Lorraine was, so I couldn't help but scratch my head and continue to listen. Lorraine on the ground didn't see him come out for a long time, and she didn't want to waste it. The smell was too strong. Jumping into the air, with two kinds of domineering energy wrapped around his fist, he was ready to punch the ground to knock him out, and at the same time bury the pile of poop, killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, CP0 Underground also heard the noise. His eyes lit up and he immediately took action, frantically pulling rocks around, and then hit the riddled holes he had dug with a 6-style secret and 6-king spear, on the stone wall. Ha 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 ha, fall. At the same time, he crazily climbed up, preparing to give Lorraine a fatal blow together with his 3 colleagues, and rushed out of the ground in less than half a second. Before the proud smile on his face could be restrained, he was hit by the surrounding smell and grabbed his neck fiercely and fell to the ground. Huh, what the hell? Lorraine, who was about to punch with all his strength, saw the ground below collapse, and then the CP0 suddenly rushed out and fell on the poop and twitched wildly. As soon as you turned your head, you knew what was going on. You couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who told you that you were an animal? You immediately stopped hesitating. Annihilate. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the single seedling in CP0. Originally, Lorraine had no target and was ready to hit casually, but CP0 suddenly ran out and gave Lorraine a target. CP0 only had time to let out a scream before he was punched directly into the ground, causing a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Lorraine's fist did not touch him or the ground at all, it was all the effect of Conqueror's entanglement. Everyone else who was fighting noticed the movement here and couldn't help but stop what they were doing. There was no other reason. The black and red lightning was too eye-catching, and the ground was constantly shaking like an earthquake. Many people couldn't even stand still. Robin felt the house shaking even when he was sitting on the highest roof. He grabbed the chimney to the side to steady himself. What's going on? Is that man responsible for this movement? Is he a monster? As the vibrations became stronger and stronger, huge cracks began to appear on the ground, and many Marines clicked in because they were unsteady. Everyone at dock number 1 lay on the ground waiting for the aftermath to pass. The shaking lasted for about 3 minutes. At this time, centered on the pit in front of Lorraine, half of the square had been blasted into a large pit by this punch, and the pit was filled with gravel. There are many cracks spreading around the big pit. The depth is unknown, but the widest one is several meters wide, spreading all over the square, and there is even water pouring in from the water channel. Weird, monster, how could anyone cause such damage? Lorraine stood by the pit looking at his masterpiece and took a deep breath. PFF'd, cough cough cough. Why does his meow still stink so much? Then he quickly covered his mouth and nose. Everyone. Suddenly, he was not very willing to believe that he was responsible for this movement. At this moment, Lorraine also turned around. Huh, why are you looking at me? Don't you want to fight? After hearing this, everyone reacted. Looking at the straw hats and Marines who had separated, they could not give the order to attack again. CP0 has been killed, and now only a few thousand Marines and 5 lieutenant generals are left. With such a terrifying person here, let alone just this small number of people, it would be impossible to take down Lorraine and the others. Even if they were doubled, it would only increase casualties. But Marine's dignity did not allow him to say the word, retreat. If they retreated first when facing the pirates, Marine would not lose face in the future. The lieutenant generals follow me, and the rest will attack the Straw Hats with all their strength. Flying Squirrel thought that at least a few of the Straw Hats should be left behind, so that the news could be fooled. Yes, do you want to continue? It's just what I want. Sanji hummed and took out a lighter, trying to light the cigarette that had been hanging in his mouth for more than half an hour. Stop. Nami knew what he wanted to do when she saw his movements. The smell here hasn't spread yet. But it was too late. With a click, flames burst out of the lighter. Boom boom boom. The dock square, which had been destroyed by Lorraine's punch, suffered again, and the scope of destruction directly expanded to the entire square. Not only Luffy and others, but also thousands of Marines who were able to evacuate in the future were injured or burned. The explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before stopping. The air in the square is much fresher now. Lorraine ran to Robin's side at the moment of the explosion, and waited for the explosion to pass before returning to the square. At this time, Nami Chopper Usopp, who was on the field, was blown black and had already fainted. Marine was still in a relatively good condition. The lieutenant generals also had a lot of black ash on their bodies, and they were probably burned as well. Puff. Lorraine couldn't help laughing, and the 5 lieutenant generals on the opposite side gritted their teeth. They were actually made fun of by the pirates, and rushed towards him with livid faces. Lorraine transformed into thunder and lightning and came directly. He didn't understand why these lieutenant generals were still insisting on fighting. The situation was clearly clear and they couldn't take down a group of them. What's the point of persisting in fighting like this? Until a cry of surprise came from the other side. Nami, Nami-san. Lorraine turned around and looked, and saw 2 Marines breaking through the circle formed by Luffy and others and rushing towards Nami, who was unconscious on the ground. The others wanted to rescue but were stopped by a steady stream of Marines. Blank. How dare you get distracted while fighting us? Armed color hardened. Lorraine only glanced over there. Lieutenant General Doberman took advantage of this gap to attack directly, followed closely by Flying Squirrel and others. The angles of their swords were very tricky. Usopp. Use armament color hardening and soul control to block the attacks of the lieutenant generals, jump away and then look to find out. It was Usopp who woke up at the critical moment and threw himself on Nami, blocking 2 knives for her. Nami almost suffered a serious injury. He was not interested in accompanying the group anymore and teleported behind the 2 Marines with a sizzle. 1 knife. 2 heads soared into the sky. Thank you for your hard work, Usopp. Stay calm. You'll be fine soon. 1 generation. After shouting, Usopp fainted again. Lorraine saw this and did not treat him. Judging from the fact that his wound was not very deep, it was blocked just after cutting to the bone. He probably fainted from the pain. Several lieutenant generals also reacted and rushed towards this side again. Lorraine's eyes widened, and the powerful conqueror's domineering force instantly filled the entire square. All the Marines who had only half of them left fainted, leaving only a few major generals half kneeling on the ground, unable to stand firmly. Even the 5 lieutenant generals who rushed over stopped in their tracks, with cold sweat streaming down their foreheads and their calves spinning a little. Luffy and others were directly confused by this move. They had never seen such a scene before, but fortunately there were 5 lieutenant generals who specially explained it to them. Conqueror's dominance. Why is it so strong? Who knew? He would practice to such an intensity that even we can hardly bear it. Even if he is a great general, he may not be sure to defeat him. After some whispering from the 5 lieutenant generals, Luffy and others finally understood that this was what Lorraine called Conqueror's haki. Is it so powerful? Lorraine had no expression on his face as he sat down on the bodies of the 2 sneak attackers. This action caused the 5 lieutenant generals to gnash their teeth. You should be lucky that Nami was not hit, otherwise you will die even if the 3 generals come together. You have also seen the current situation. Apart from the 5 of you, there are no additional combat units. There is no point in continuing to fight, and I have no interest in fighting with you anymore. It is up to you to decide whether to end this battle or choose to die. Of course, I will also be happy to send you to hell. Lorraine sat on the S body, and the Imperial soul in his hand was inserted into the ground, and black and red arcs of electricity flashed above it. Lorraine's words made Flying Squirrel and others extremely unhappy, but they had to admit that they really didn't have the ability to take any effective action now. After gritting his teeth and mumbling for a long time, he finally squeezed out a few words from his throat. "Asshole, leave the remains of our comrades." "Oh, sorry." He said he was sorry, but there was no apology on his face. "It seems you have made your choice, let's go." Flying Squirrel's words are equivalent to agreeing with what Lorraine said, leaving himself the last trace of face. Indicated that they agreed, and then they had to clean up the mess and get Lorraine and others out of his sight. Then he picked up Usopp and Chopper, who were still unconscious, and left with a few big jumps. "Nami, I'll leave it to you. I'll take them to the doctor first." Only then did Luffy and others react, and quickly carried Nami on their backs and waved everyone away from this land of right and wrong. Lorraine carried Usopp to Bingshan's office. He was also injured. "There is a doctor here who can handle it urgently. Otherwise, if there is too much blood loss, Usopp may die." Chopper's medical skills were top-notch. As long as he was woken up, fatal injuries would not be a problem. First, he handed Usopp over to Bingshan's personal doctor, and then took Chopper to the hall outside. Speaking of which, Chopper was quite pitiful. Everyone else was just an animal-type esper. This guy was just like a small animal. His sense of smell was many times that of ordinary people. He fainted on the spot. "Tongzi, is there anything that can wake up a comatose person?" "Look for it yourself. I'm busy." "Lorraine, Tongzi has a bad temper lately." "Forget it, just look for it yourself." Finally, I found an artifact on the penultimate floor of the pyramid, Fengyujing. It only costs 10 practice points a bottle, and it's high quality and low price. Just as he was about to redeem it, he discovered something he had overlooked during the previous fight. His cultivation value had actually increased to more than 15 million even though he had not practiced in the past 2 days. However, Lorraine did not ask Tongzi immediately. Instead, she quickly exchanged a bottle and took it out, put a drop on her index finger and smelled it. "That's right, it's just the same smell." Then he put a few more drops on his palm, and then applied a burst of Rua to Chopper's nose and mouth. Hiss, so soft and foo-foo. After wiping it off, I waited for Chopper to wake up, but half a minute passed and there was no reaction at all. "You shouldn't. Normally you should wake up in a few seconds." Robin also came back at this time. She left immediately after Lorraine left, and saw Lorraine looking at the green bottle in his hand in confusion. "What's wrong? Usopp is injured, isn't he? He wants to wake up Chopper and show him. This thing is supposed to refresh his mind, but why doesn't it work?" As he spoke, he handed the wind oil essence in his hand to Robin. Robin took it and smelled it. It was indeed refreshing and he nodded. After thinking for a moment, Robin's eyes lit up and he gently leaned into Chopper's ear. "I heard that a world-famous doctor has come to the Water City." After Robin said this, Lorraine also suddenly realized, "Joe, why didn't I think of this?" Sure enough, at the next moment, the down on Chopper's body exploded, and the whole deer sat up with a whoosh, shaking its head wildly from side to side. "Where is it? Where is it?" Robin chuckled and pushed behind Lorraine. "Inside. So cute." After searching around, he found the doctor, Chopper, staring at Lorraine and the two with bright eyes. "Ahem, the doctor has left, but there is one patient." "That's it. Where is the patient?" When Chopper heard that the doctor had left, his eyes suddenly stopped shining, but he immediately became energetic again. There was another patient. Lorraine pointed to a nearby room. Chopper rushed in with a whoosh, and then there was a scream. "Usopp, why are you injured like this? Cheer up, doctor, doctor." "Oh, I am the doctor." With Chopper's treatment, things will be much simpler after that. Luffy and others also returned here one after another, and through seeing and hearing, Lorraine also sensed that the Marines left the island in the evening. Lorraine was practicing at the beach the next morning. He had already asked Tongzi that the extra training points were generated from the battle with CP0 and several lieutenant generals. It made Lorraine feel free to use it. He also thoughtfully recommended many useless but expensive things to Lorraine. Lorraine, who was full of three-color domineering, sensed that another ship was approaching the water capital in the distance, and it was a warship. "No way, is it so scary this time?" That's right. Lorraine heard the conversation between Mr. Garp and his men. In fact, Lorraine has not forgotten some famous scenes. He knows that Garp will not arrest Luffy and others this time. Otherwise, let alone Luffy and others now, even a group of people 2 years later may not be able to resist. Garp punches. The reason why I say scary is because Mr. Garp once invited him to become a marine countless times, but he refused, and then he turned around and became a pirate. He always felt embarrassed. Mr. Garp had always protected himself in the past, otherwise he and Robin would have been found by Marine even if they had bribed Colonel Mouse, and they would not have been able to spend those days safely. This time, Luffy will definitely be fine except for being beaten, but that's not necessarily the case for him. Mr. Garp will definitely not give up. He might beat himself up just like he beat his grandson, just like Sabo did when he was a child. He took care of me without saying anything. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't know whether the two of them could hold the water in a fight. It's better to hide first. After thinking for a while, I decided to avoid its sharp edge first, and disappeared on the coast with a sizzle. Carrera Corporation. In a small private room exclusive to pirates. Luffy sat on a chair and fell asleep. Others were busy with their own things. Nami lay on the table and stared at the record pointer. Why haven't you saved it yet? This island is too dangerous. I want to leave here as soon as possible. But even if we save it, there won't be a ship to go to sea. Chopper looked up while grinding the medicine and responded, then lowered his head and continued grinding the medicine. Usopp's injury was fine after treatment, but he still needed to keep taking medicine. Oh, that's right. Hearing this, Nami became even more emo, lying on the table listlessly. At this time, Frankie rushed in with his 2 younger sisters. The buttocks arrived first before anyone came in. The 3 of them stuck out their buttocks and faced everyone in the room. Ah, you guys are in good spirits. Everyone is here. Oh, no one is here. Frankie, what are you doing? I have something important to say. What's the matter? At this time, Lorraine suddenly appeared and asked. Frankie was startled by the sudden appearance of Lorraine. You are really elusive, little brother Lorraine. Listen up. In a country that is constantly at war, there is a tree that remains standing no matter what happens. Even if the country is destroyed, someone will soon be there to rebuild a new country. That tree is one of only a few precious trees in the world, Adam. Everyone. Tree. What happened to the tree? Part of this tree will occasionally be traded on the black market. I want it very much, but its value is close to 200 million. I didn't plan to sell it at first, but then you showed up. Sanji suddenly understood. Didn't you use our money to buy the branches of that tree? Listen to me first. Frankie interrupted Sanji and adjusted his glasses. I once made up my mind not to build ships, but deep down I still wanted to follow in the footsteps of my mentor. When I came back to my senses, I found that the design of the ship had already been drawn. I want to use that part of the treasure tree to once again build a dream ship that can cross any sea. I have obtained the treasure tree and the blueprint, and then I will build this ship. After that, can you get on this ship? Everyone was quiet for a while, and Chopper suddenly asked him. Could it be that? Are you going to give us the boat? Of course, I originally got the money from you, and I like you very much. In this world, the only one piece that sailed for a week on the sea, Galdi. Roger's ship, was also made of this tree. I believe you will also make this ship a great ship. Everyone paused and then cheered together. Great. But we have already asked Bingshan to help build the ship. Nani, his stinky skills, I will ask him to return the order to you later. How can ordinary wood be as good as the treasure tree Adam? After watching all this with great interest, Lorraine secretly ran to Robin and whispered. Then Robin's eyes lit up and he stood up, ready to leave with him. Chowdu Sak, why are you taking Sister Robin? When Nami came back from her excitement, she saw 2 people quietly preparing to leave. Ahem, I have nothing to do, I just went out for a walk. Nami's expression became even more suspicious, and she pulled Robin behind her. Are you going to take Sister Robin out to do bad things again in broad daylight? Children, don't ask about adult things. No man will want you if you are so unlovable. I'll tell you. I want you to take care of it. Lorraine shrugged and said he didn't care. If you don't get out of my way, I'll throw you into the water later. How dare you? Before Lorraine could speak, Robin behind him spoke. Little Nami, he is really brave, and maybe he will be thrown into a place with sharks. Nami froze and turned around with tears streaming down her face. Sister Robin, ah ha ha, hey, let's go. Ignore this little brat, it'll be too late later. Lorraine grabbed Robin's little hand and ran out quickly. By the way, an acquaintance of Luffy will be here later. If you ask, just say I'm not here. Lorraine walked to the door and turned around to explain, then went directly to the slightly higher house opposite, which is the hotel. It was originally provided for people who came here to place shipbuilding orders. Through the glass, you can just see the small private room dedicated to pirates on the first floor of Carrera Company. Why are you here? As for Mr. Garp, you shouldn't be afraid of him now. And if you want to go, why not go further? I want to see him beat his grandson. Robin. Sometimes Lorraine's bad taste is really boring, and she doesn't understand it. At this time, Garp had also entered the city through the main entrance of the Water City. Ah, it seems like the residents are avoiding us. Ha ha ha. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp, Marine almost destroyed this island, so it's natural for them to be afraid. Well, that makes sense. Forget it, let's just go there. The group of people walked towards Carrera Company. Zoro was running wildly in the city at this time. He saw Garp and the others when they came, but he was not afraid that Luffy and the others wouldn't notice. Lorraine estimates that Luffy and the others will know about Marine as soon as he lands on the island, but he has to rush back to help. Zoro gets angrier the more he runs. How can it be repaired? Why are they the same everywhere? Zoro's behavior is like that of a lost man. He doesn't know the way and doesn't look for anyone to show him the way. He even dares to confidently ask others if they want to ask for directions. After many twists and turns, 3 robberies finally came to the door, and now someone led the way. Garp brought Marine to the gate of Carrera Company, where Lorraine and Robin sat in front of the window holding half a watermelon. I'm coming. I saw Garp below saying something to the people around him. You just wait here. Then he walked straight to the corner, raised his fist and let out a breath, then punched the wall with a fierce punch, immediately making a big hole in the wall. Everyone in the room was still immersed in the joy of Baoshu Adams shipbuilding, and then suddenly there was a loud explosion-like sound, and a big hole was opened in the wall of the room. Ah, who the hell? The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a burly figure. Are you the Straw Hats? There are a few men who want to meet Monkey D. Luffy. Then I have a personal matter to resolve. Is Portgas D. Lorraine here? After everyone saw the appearance of the incoming man, their eyes narrowed and they immediately assumed a fighting stance. Marine, did you catch up here so quickly? Garp didn't pay attention to everyone's reaction. After scanning around the room, he saw Luffy sleeping soundly in a chair. His eyebrows under the dog-headed hood were raised. He's still sleeping, what a hopeless guy. Garp cursed in a low voice and passed everyone in a swish. People's shaves cannot be compared. Sanji and the others had no time to react. They turned around and saw that they were already in front of Luffy. Get up quickly. Then he put his fist on Luffy's heavenly spirit cap, which was lucky enough not to be broken into pieces by him. Oh, it hurts so much. When Luffy woke up, he held his head and struggled wildly. It looked like he was really in pain. It hurts. Aren't you a rubber? How could an ordinary person's fist hurt you? Because a fist filled with love cannot be defended. What a fool you are, Luffy. Garp finally took off his dog head hood. Luffy, who was screaming in pain, trembled when he heard the sound and raised his head to look at Garp. Grandpa, Grandpa, everyone. Ha, Lieutenant General Marine, is this Grandpa Luffy? Ignoring everyone's shock, Garp crossed his arms on his chest. Speaking of which, Luffy, is there something you need to apologize to me for? What? Why don't I remember? While the atmosphere in the room was tense, the Marines outside were also whispering. Lieutenant General Garp actually has a grandson. Don't look at me. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of thing. Nami and others inside also heard the conversation outside. Garp, isn't that the name of Vice Admiral Marine? Luffy, isn't he really your grandfather? Yes, so don't take action. I was almost killed by Grandpa countless times before. Luffy hugged the big bag on his head and spoke with a scared look on his face. Don't say it so harshly. Whether I throw you into an abyss, throw you into the jungle at night, or tie you to a balloon and fly into the sky, I am all doing it to train you into a strong man. Everyone. Sanji. I seem to know where Luffy's tenacious vitality comes from. Chopper. Me too. I even asked my friends to let you and Ace practice together, also that you can become powerful Marines. It's a pity that it turned out like this without paying attention. Didn't I always say that I wanted to be a pirate? Luffy stood up and shouted back. Have you been poisoned by the red hair, idiot? Shanks is my savior, you are not allowed to speak ill of him. Garp raised his eyebrows and grabbed Luffy's collar to beat him. How dare you talk to Grandpa in such a tone? Yeah, Guo Nasai, let me go. Everyone. Then the next moment, I fell asleep. Garp woke up first and was furious when he saw Luffy, who was also sleeping. Why don't you wake up quickly, Luffy? Is this the attitude of listening to others' lessons? And you are also rude to my dear grandpa. Several more fists hit Luffy on the head, causing Luffy to pack more bags and let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Everyone. Forget it, just be happy. Lorraine, who was next door, looked at the noisy faces inside and raised their faces like crazy. He heard all the conversations clearly. He almost got cramps from laughing. You are truly a family. In the small room, Luffy, who had been beaten again, held his head and kept shouting that it hurt. Do you know how high that red-haired man is among pirates? Shanks. Shanks, is he okay? Luffy, who was still complaining about pain, suddenly became energetic when he heard Garp mention it, and asked about Shanks' current situation. Among the countless pirates, there are 4 people standing at the top. There are emperor-like existences in the second half of the Grand Line, called the 4 Emperors. The only ones who can compete with them are the Marine Headquarters and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. If these 3 major forces lose their balance, the entire world will be in danger. Luffy was stunned for a while before finally summing up. Although I don't understand, it's fine as long as he's fine. I miss those days so much. At this moment, there was a sound of fighting outside, and it was Zoro who came back led by 3 boys. What's the situation? Wanted criminal, pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Oh, is he Luffy's partner? You 2 go try him. Yes. Hearing this, the 2 people who had been standing at the entrance of the cave rushed out, followed closely by Luffy, who was there to break up the fight. Balloon took out his sword and started fighting Zoro directly. Hey, Zoro, don't do it, they are. Before he could finish his words, Kebi kicked him in the chin. Who are you? Of course, Luffy couldn't be beaten in vain, so he was ready to hit him with a fist. Shave. Kobe disappeared instantly, but Luffy didn't panic at all. He had seen this move many times in the past few days. When Kebi appeared behind him and launched another attack, he grabbed Kebi's neck with his hand and threw him to him. At the same time, Zoro also put the knife on Balumeb's neck. Ah ha 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 ha, it seems they are not your opponents yet. Garp laughed and walked out. At the same time, Marine, who was restrained by the 2, also gave up. After introducing himself, the 2 of them understood. These 2 people turned out to be the sons of Little Kebi and Axe King Menka, whom they met when they first went to sea. Then there was a flurry of pleasantries. Lorraine, who was peeking on the other side, glanced twice after Garp came out and then turned his attention elsewhere, even not forgetting to remind Robin. Baby Robin, don't stare at Mr. Garp for too long. You will be discovered. But, it seems that it has been discovered. Lorraine. Turning to look at Garp, he found that Garp's eyes had turned to the small window where the 2 people were, with a big smile on his face. With such a distance of only 10 meters, anyone who is not blind can see the people inside through the window. Lorraine, I shouldn't have stayed here to watch the fun. But what can be done? You can't pretend you don't know anything after being discovered. Sneaking away quietly won't work either. There is definitely no problem if you are alone, but baby Robin is still there, and it will take less than 3 seconds for Mr. Garp to catch up with her. He shrugged at Robin, then opened the window and jumped out first, directly crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and landing in the field. Robin was much more elegant. He used his abilities to grow a large series of arms upstairs, and then slid to Lorraine's side like a swing. When he landed, he even pulled the hair on his shoulders with his hands, which was beautiful and sassy. That's a hotel there. This guy really took Sister Robin out to do bad things again. How can we fix it? Nami gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Compared to Nami's gritted teeth, others seemed much more relaxed. Have you finally given up? Didn't you prepare to come out before I saw you too? Garp crossed his hands and spoke to Lorraine with an unhappy look on his face. Lorraine smiled sarcastically. How can I do that, old man? We were resting in the hotel just now. We haven't seen you for a long time and my body is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Garp changed to another tugging position, picking his nostrils with one hand. Don't talk to me about these things. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Aang, what? Don't pretend to be stupid for me. I've asked you to join Marine countless times. You said you just wanted to live a stable life and forget about it. Now you've become a pirate. You really think I don't dare to catch you? Garp raised his eyebrows, put down the hand that was picking his nose, and stared at Lorraine with an angry look. Lorraine was not frightened by him either. It's not like we have to travel around the world. Being a Marine is very inconvenient. And, Marine destroyed our hometown, and there were only 2 of us left in the end. There's no way I can become a Marine. Lorraine had said this before, and Garp also felt that there was something wrong with Marine's internal practices, but he assured Lorraine that he would not regret it if he went, and there was no better reason to convince him. It's this rhetoric again, I'm tired of hearing it. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation, otherwise I will take you back today. Garp returned to his previous tugging expression. Others were a little panicked upon hearing this. This was no ordinary lieutenant general. The existence that had forced One Piece into desperate situations several times was definitely not something that Lorraine could contend with now. Hey, Uncle Lorraine, please stay calm and don't make him angry. If you talk nicely, for Luffy's sake, he won't go too far. Nami prayed quietly and winked at Lorraine crazily. Lorraine smiled strangely after hearing this, and saw Nami blinking hard at him. Nami, what's wrong with your eyes? Nami. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nami, and she wanted to die at this moment. Nami, what's wrong with you? Do you want me to help you take a look? As a doctor, Chopper's first reaction when he hears someone feeling uncomfortable is to go up and take care of him. Sanji did the same, turning into a small spinning top and twisting next to Nami. Miss Nami, are you feeling unwell? Please let me take care of you personally. No, it's so noisy. Miss Nami is so cute when she's angry. After punching Sanji to the ground, he took 2 deep breaths and showed an embarrassed smile. Ahaha, no, you must have seen it wrong. Seeing this, everyone stopped worrying about this and turned their attention to Lorraine and Garp. Lorraine still kept smiling. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused again, he slowly spoke. Then what else is there to say? Marine destroyed my hometown, so it's natural for me to become a pirate and fight against Marine. Thank God for not killing innocent people everywhere. Upon hearing this, Garp's eyebrows straightened up. Although he thought Lorraine's statement was quite reasonable, he still felt unusually angry. You brat, it seems you want to feel the iron fist of my love. Believe it or not, I will really arrest you. Come on, stinky old man. Think I'm afraid of you? Just when Lorraine said this, Robin stepped aside knowingly. She knew that it would be dangerous to stay next to him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Garp's angry expression disappeared, replaced by his eyebrows standing upright, his face full of anger. Then there was a whoosh and past everyone, and a punch came straight to Lorraine's cheek. It was impossible for Lorraine to stand and let him hit him. He also clenched his fist and punched him. Unlike Garp, Garp's fist was flesh-colored, while Lorraine's fist was dark and armed. Boom! The 2 fists collided together, and the waves of air caused everyone around them to take a step back. Good boy, don't talk about martial ethics. Garp took 2 steps back. He knew that Lorraine and Luffy were different. They knew 3 types of haki since they were young. Although this punch did not use the weapon color, it still used 6 or 7 points of strength. But I didn't expect that Lorraine didn't care about martial ethics and directly used the armed domineering force. If he hadn't reacted in the end and used the domineering force urgently, he might have lost all his face at this moment. Hey, I know how powerful you are, old man. I don't dare to underestimate an enemy like you. Good boy, come with me. I want to see how powerful you are now. After saying that, without waiting for Lorraine's reaction, he jumped directly to the roof and disappeared from everyone's eyes after a few ups and downs. Bridge Bean Sack, Lieutenant General Garp. Where are you going? The Marines were stunned for a moment. They ran away as soon as their parents told them to, and then they all crowded out. Lorraine didn't take any time and disappeared directly. In less than 10 seconds, only a confused Luffy and others were left inside and outside the gate of Carrera Company. "I gonna go see." Robin was the first to react, and after saying a word, she ran outside. The two of them were undoubtedly going to have a fight, and she was a little worried. Then Luffy also realized that one was his grandfather and the other was a friend he had known since childhood. He couldn't let it go no matter what. With Luffy's move, the others had no reason to continue to be in a daze, and they all started chasing after the Marine just now. On two rocks on the seashore, Lorraine and Garp stood more than 10 meters apart. "Are you ready to wake up? You brat, don't let me punch you down. You are the stinky old man. I am not the same person now." In the past, Lorraine always ignored Garp's words and prevaricated them randomly. Anyway, Luffy's family, except for the dragon, were all the kind of wise and foolish people. They were too lazy to think seriously about ordinary things, and they were easy to fool. The reason why he is so arrogant this time is because he has not made a full-strength attack for several years, and now he has eaten the thunder fruit. Since Garp comes over this time and cannot hide, he also wants to see how strong he is now. The two people were already planning their moves while they were talking. He didn't plan to fight Garp for 300 rounds, but was planning to use his ultimate move right from the start, of course not with all his strength, otherwise the Water City would be in danger. Garp across from him was picking his nostrils casually with a disdainful expression on his face. As Lorraine's domineering attitude dissipated, Garp frowned and realized that this brat seemed really not simple. On the shore a few hundred meters away from the two people, the Straw Hats and thousands of Marines stood together and watched the two people. Residents who could also join in the fun also joined in the fun. What are they doing? Aren't they going to fight? Have no idea. Although they couldn't understand what was going on between the two of them, the atmosphere was so tense now, and there was definitely nothing good going on. "Hey, Grandpa, Lorraine, what are you two doing?" Luffy, the idiot, didn't know the situation and shouted loudly at the two of them, and then Nami knocked him on the head with a bang. "Idiot, it's obvious that a fight is about to start. Don't disturb them. Sister Robin, cover his mouth." Good. After hearing this, Robin also directly used her power to seal Luffy's mouth, and she was worried. Lorraine and the two also heard Luffy's cry, but ignored him. Mr. Garp thought he was an elder and would not take action first, so Lorraine was not polite. "It's coming, old man." Lorraine pulled out the Imperial Soul, threw the scabbard towards the onlookers, and inserted it into the reef with a clang. Looking at Lorraine again, there were traces of black and red electric arcs flashing on the Yuhun, and there were also white ones. It was obvious that the thunder and lightning power of the thunder fruit was also attached to it. With a focus on his eyes, he rushed straight towards Garp. Garp's eyes widened. Conqueror's entanglement. And the fruit ability. Are you serious? Then he jumped up high. At the same time, Lorraine had already rushed to the position where he was standing just now. With a flick of his wrist, Yuhun slashed from bottom to top with electric arcs of black, white and red colors flashing. One sword-style heaven-shattering slash. Fist bone falling from the bottom of the sea. Garp did not underestimate the sword that was entangled with Conquerors and the fruit's ability. With the same move, the fist entangled with Conquerors went straight towards the blade that was slashing from bottom to top. The people on the shore looked at it in shock. What kind of magical operation is it to catch the blade with your fist? You don't need your hand. Especially Luffy, who just wanted to remind his grandfather Lorraine that the sword was the ultimate sharp knife. Kang! There was an indescribable loud noise, and black and red lightning ravaged a few hundred meters away. At the center of the battle was a dazzling white light, which was the thunder and lightning power of the thunder fruit. The entire coast seemed to have been blown up by a typhoon of more than 10 levels in an instant. The huge rocks were directly broken into debris. The sea water retreated 100 or 200 meters, exposing many reefs. There were still 1 or 2 scattered clouds in the sky. The children were all dispersed. The weaker ones among the onlookers were blown away directly. Nami screamed and tried hard to pull on the ground to prevent being blown away. Everyone tried to look towards the two people while resisting the strong wind. How is that possible? They didn't touch each other at all. Zoro raised his arms to resist the blowing sand and looked over there with wide eyes. Although the white light of thunder and lightning was very dazzling, he still found that the gap between the sword and punch was half a meter away. Didn't meet each other. After more than 10 seconds, the flying sand and rocks finally stopped. The place where the two men were fighting had turned into a gravel field, and the altitude was probably lowered by several meters. A few hundred meters away from the center of the battle, there were some large pieces of gravel, and then there were cracks. Some of these cracks spread directly to the high walls of the water city. What's going on? These two people. Can this kind of destructive power really be possessed by humans? I still have a long way to go. It's not easy for Luffy to live so long. Everyone. Whether it was Marine, Luffy or the others, their jaws dropped in shock at the scene in front of them. They had never seen such destructive power. This is just a move. If the fight continues, won't the water city be destroyed? Are battles between real strong men so terrifying? A fight will consume an island. Stop fighting, don't fight. If we continue to fight, everyone will be in danger. Nami prayed quietly, and when he heard his voice, Chopper also began to pray, while the others were still dumbfounded. The only one who was relatively calm was Robin. She had seen Lorraine and Shanks fight before, but it wasn't as scary as this one. Ah ha ha ha, it's really surprising. That kid who just learned Conquerors can already compete with an old guy like me from the old days. It seems that I'm really old. Garp's hearty laughter came. He also didn't use all his strength, but he roughly figured out Lorraine's current strength. If the two of them were in a life and death battle, they would be at odds with each other. Lorraine would be 4 and he would be 6. Even if he fights for 10 days like he just did, he won't win or lose. But the general is definitely no longer his opponent, not even the 3 of them combined. Moreover, I heard from Jonathan that this kid's fruit power can teleport, so when he runs, even Kizaru won't be able to catch up. What the hell, old man, you are always getting stronger and stronger. Even if I try my best, I won't be your opponent. If I don't fight, I won't fight. The two people stood at relatively high places on both sides of the pit and started to talk commercially. Don't you want to fight? Ha 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 ha, as expected, I am still the most powerful. Hearing Lorraine say he won't fight, Garp laughed. In fact, he didn't want to fight. He didn't intend to arrest Lorraine anyway. He just wanted to get over it. Nami and others on the shore let out a sigh of relief and burst into tears when they heard the news. Great, they stopped fighting. Lorraine returned to Robin with a sizzle, and Robin stepped forward to straighten his collar. You're not hurt. Yeah, I'm not injured, that's fine. I can fight another 300 rounds tonight. Lorraine held her hand and teased softly, and the smile on Robin's face froze. So many people are looking at us. Is this kind of thing allowed to be said outside? Go sleep on the sofa tonight. Garp also returned to the group at this time. Okay, let's go back. I still have something to say. I'll leave a group of people behind to appease the people. The battle just now damaged some houses, and we should pay the compensation. Yes, all Marines stood at attention and saluted. After explaining the matter, a group of people walked back in a hurry, and 10 minutes later everyone returned to Carrera Company. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Garp when they saw half of the wall being smashed, but he was not embarrassed and scratched his head and laughed twice. Young ones, exist. Fix this wall. We can understand what happened due to the battle. If we want to repair this place, why didn't we just go through the door in the first place? Because it will look more handsome if you go in like this. Please don't use this excuse to destroy things. If we repair it, you have to help us. Okay. Garp is also a bachelor. He did not show dissatisfaction with the complaints and requests of his subordinates, but agreed to them. This also reflects that Garp is usually very easygoing to his subordinates, otherwise no employee would dare to talk to his boss like this. Everyone entered the pirate's exclusive hut. Lorraine and the two were rubbing each other's hair, while Zoro kept staring at Lorraine. Hey, why are you always staring at me? I saw the fight between you and Grandpa Luffy just now. The sword and fist didn't touch each other. How did it produce such great power? Lorraine was stunned for a moment, thinking that this kid's orientation had changed, but what happened? Ahem, that's a way of using domineering energy. You'll know it later. You don't even have domineering energy now, so it's useless if you know it. Oh, the two were chatting, and Garp was holding a hammer in his left hand and picking his nose with his right hand. By the way, Luffy, have you met your dad? After hearing this, Luffy, who was standing nearby watching him build the wall, was startled, and 3 question marks appeared on his head. What dad? Do I have a dad? Garp was not surprised when he heard this. After all, he had never told Luffy about his father. He picked his nose and held the hammer with both hands. That's it. That guy didn't say he was your father. He told me he was going to see you off in Rog Town. Rog Town. Was Luffy's father also in Rog Town at that time? Luffy thought hard and found that he had no impression at all, so he asked Garp. What kind of person is my dad? Nami and others were also a little curious when these words came out. They all knew the virtues of their captain, but what was his father like? I'm also very interested in Luffy's father. Me too. Garp didn't hold back and directly revealed the identity of Luffy's father. Your father's name is Monkey D. Long, and he is a revolutionary. Dragon. Luffy looked confused, he didn't recognize him. Compared to his confused look, Nami and the others, including Marine, opened their mouths wide and took deep breaths. Revolutionary Long actually has a son. Mr. Luffy is that son. Then the dragon is Lieutenant General Garp's son. What's going on with this guy's family that makes it so scary? This is the first time I know the full name of a dragon. Luffy was still confused. Aang, what's wrong with you? Are you so surprised? Sanji holds a cigarette in his mouth. Idiot, don't you know the name dragon? Your dad is an amazing man. Seeing everyone's serious and shocked expressions, Luffy's expression also became serious, and then he looked at the 2 people in the corner. Lorraine was still taking photos secretly with his camera. These 2 have been wanted by Marine since they were children, and they went to sea many years earlier than anyone else. Robin's knowledge is even more profound than everyone else. Lorraine, do you know? I know. Baby Robin, tell me. Luffy, why do you all know? I don't know, it makes me look stupid. How should I put it? Although the pirates are wanted targets, they will not take the initiative to attack the world government and Marine. But now there is a force that wants to directly overthrow the world government, and that is the Revolutionary Army. And their leader is almost a dragon. Now many countries on the sea are spreading his ideas, and some countries have caused wars and perished. Such a force is naturally a thorn in the side of the world government, so they define their leader, your father Long, as the most vicious criminal in the world. And he was wanted all over the world, but in the end, he couldn't even figure out his life experience, But what? Robin did not continue, so Luffy hurriedly asked, but his eyes followed everyone's gaze and found Garp. Garp also reacted belatedly, stopped what he was doing, scratched his head and looked at everyone who was still in shock. Ah, sure enough, it's not a good idea to say this, right? Ha 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 ha, just pretend I didn't say it just now. Garp retracted a message and pretended nothing happened. Everyone. It won't take long for Carrera Company's wall to be repaired, and a team of Marines to appease the residents also returned, and it was time to say goodbye in a blink of an eye. Garp stood in front of a large group of Marines, opposite Luffy. The others did not come out, but hid behind the windows to peek. Because you are my grandson, I gave up catching you on this island. This is how I explained it to Warring States. I think he should be able to understand, so you can just stay here peacefully. Garp crossed his arms and explained the reasons for not arresting them, but the adjutant next to him, Bogart, couldn't listen anymore. This reason is definitely not valid. It is better to say that they ran away. Anyway, there is a monster-like existence. Ah, I don't. I believe Sengoku will definitely understand me. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, this time I just brought Kebi and the others to meet you. You guys can have a chat. I'll leave first if I have anything else to do. Oh, goodbye then. Luffy said goodbye to Garp with a happy face, but before he could finish his words, Garp punched him in the face and knocked him over. It's so ordinary, don't you feel reluctant to let go? Idiot, I'm your grandpa you haven't seen for a long time. Garp raised his fist and shouted at Luffy. Then what else do you want from me? I've been beaten since you came. Even so, I still want to be loved by my grandson. Idiot. Both the grandfather and grandson were weak. One was quick to attack, and the other did not know how to give in. Nami and others who peeked through the window had big beads of sweat hanging on their heads. You can tell by their willful looks that they are our biological grandfather and grandson. Aha, Chopper and Sanji agreed. In the end, Mr. Garp went back to the dog-headed warship after having a fight with Luffy, and he still had to report to Sengoku. Luffy and Kirby were talking behind them, and Robin was reading quietly. Frankie left immediately after Mr. Garp left. He still had to rush back to build the ship. Now that Nami's record pointer was full, he had to hurry up. Lorraine disappeared shortly after Frankie left. The place where Frankie chose to build the ship was right next to the scrap shipyard where he fought before. The branches of a huge atom tree were placed here. It is over 100 meters long and has an astonishing diameter. It is estimated to be about 5 meters in diameter. There are also some smaller branches with leaves on them. It is estimated that the entire tree branches were cut down and transported directly. When Lorraine came over, she saw Frankie's family busy preparing to start construction. When Lorraine arrived, Frankie made a signature move. "Oh, brother Lorraine, why are you here? Do you want to watch my boat building process? Don't worry, I guarantee your satisfaction." After the duel with Mr. Garp, Frankie did not dare to call himself uncle in front of Lorraine. This guy's fighting ability is really terrifying. I just came here to see what treasure tree atom looks like. By the way, if there is a bigger treasure tree atom, would you be willing to build another ship? What? Build one more ship? A bigger treasure tree atom? How can? Frankie's first reaction was disbelief, because the atom branch of the larger treasure tree had not appeared on the market, and the branch he bought was almost the largest one that could be damaged by humans. He subconsciously retorted, but looking at Lorraine's serious expression and considering his strength, he couldn't help but believe him. I wonder if this guy wants to cut down the atom tree, right? Probably not. The diameter of the bottom of the main branch of the atom tree is 100 meters, and its texture is very tough, comparable to steel. It should be difficult for people to cut it, right? It's true. Looking at Frankie's confused look, Lorraine once again emphasized that he was not fooling him. If it's you, brother Lorraine, it's really possible to get it, and you also have a great kindness to the Water City. So, if you can get a bigger branch in the future, I can build another ship for you. Frankie thought for a while and agreed. Firstly, he really liked Lorraine and the others. Secondly, he admired Lorraine's behavior as a sweetheart. Thirdly, they saved the Water City. Great, no need to do it later. Just do it now. Frankie was stunned, and Lorraine jumped into the sky after speaking. Great summoning technique. In fact, I exchanged a copy of Treasure Tree Atom directly from the system. In the frightened eyes of Frankie's family, the sky was suddenly covered, and a huge black shadow appeared on the ground. When Frankie and everyone saw clearly, they discovered that it turned out to be a tree. What is that? Run! After Frankie saw clearly, his eyes almost flew out of his sockets. He picked up the two sisters and ran away. The others also jumped directly into the sea to escape. Boom! After a huge burst of smoke, everyone on the ground was stunned when they looked at the huge tree. This tree was much larger than the branch they bought, with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a length of more than 100 meters. After Frankie was shocked, he hurried forward to check. After touching it again and again, he dared to confirm that it was really a part of Adam Baoshu. How is that possible? Where did you get such a big branch? And it just appeared out of thin air. Didn't you hear it? The great summoning technique. Yeah, Frankie didn't really believe in the great summoning technique, but he knew that Lorraine could instantly appear anywhere on the island. Maybe he teleported to a certain corner just now. It has to be said that it saves trouble to figure it out by himself, and he doesn't intend to go into details. No matter where he got it from, the most important thing is that this is a genuine atom tree, and it is so big. This section alone could definitely be sold on the market for a sky-high price of more than 1 billion Baileys. Lorraine did not tell Frankie that he was exchanging it for the cheapest one. Treasure Tree Atom went from a whole tree with a cultivation value of 30 million to a main branch worth 20 million, which is just a small branch worth 5 million. It's not that Lorraine doesn't have so many cultivation points, but he doesn't intend to redeem it for such a big one. No matter how big it is, it's useless. He and Robin can't live in such a big ship. If a ship made from just this branch would be several times larger than the original Sunshine, it would be a waste. If 2 ships of similar size were made, the materials from Lorraine would definitely be used on the Sunshine. Since some of them are going to become part of the Sunshine, why are they still so expensive? You don't have to work hard to save the cultivation points. Plan it carefully yourself. Just give Luffy and his ship the size of my ship. After saying that, he ignored the dumbfounded Frankie and ran back to find Robin. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. You're really going to give me a hard time, but you really need to plan it carefully. Give me the phone bug, and I'll call Idiot Bagu over. Bingshan's injury has almost healed and he is processing documents in the company. He originally planned to help Frankie after finishing the matter at hand. Before the results were processed, Frankie's call came in. Moses, Idiot Bagu, are you almost ready? Bingshan's forehead jumped. What's up? There's something big. Brother Lorraine has made a bigger treasure tree atom, come here and give me a reference. When Iceberg arrived, Frankie was sitting on the oversized atom branch, tapping away. It's really big enough. Frankie, who heard the sound, turned his head and jumped down. Before he could speak, Bingshan spoke again. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to ask me for help because of that man. It seems that you really like him. Of course, those guys are some of the few pure men I have ever seen except Mr. Tom. Does that count for me? You, Frankie showed a weird smile and said slightly sarcastically. Not only do you not have a wife, you don't even have a decent friend. How can you possibly experience the friendship between them? Have you ever seen the existence of ship elves before them? Iceberg, although you are right, I always feel like you are scolding me. Stop talking about this. These trees are needed to build 2 ships in total, and the previous drawings cannot be used. Help me to refer to them. Okay. The next few days were relatively uneventful, with everyone busy with their own affairs. Lorraine occasionally went to the shipyard to take a look, and mostly walked around with Robin. After the battle with Garp, he also realized that he was stronger now, so he just had to squeeze in a little time every day for training. Luffy was very happy because he had a new ship. He invited everyone in the city to have a banquet with a wave of his hand, which made Nami beat him badly. Fortunately, Bingshan returned the order, which made their originally deficit finance better. Usopp ran away after he almost recovered from his injury, and Chopper still searched for him for a long time. Lorraine heard him rehearse countless times when he returned to Luffy and the others. It's early in the morning on the 6th day from Garp to the water capital. Straw Hat, Pirate Brother, Frankie's 2 sisters and Zimini pushed open the door of the pirate's exclusive cabin. Brother Frankie asked us to come over and let you know that the ship is ready. Frankie's 2 younger sisters and Zimini lay on the ground panting, they were exhausted from running all the way. Oh, is it completed so quickly? Then, of course, for these 2 ships, all the best shipwrights in the entire water city are involved. Great, Sax, 2 ships, why 2 ships? One of the boats belongs to Brother Lorraine, don't you know? Lorraine, everyone was puzzled, wasn't their demon not broken? Why did they need to build a new ship? What's wrong? You have all bought new boats. Can't I buy another one too? At this time, Lorraine and Robin walked in from the outside and spoke calmly. Robin on the side was a little surprised. She didn't know that Lorraine asked Frankie to build a new ship. Lorraine wanted to give her a surprise. No, of course. Then let's go and have a look. Luffy and the others did not dwell too much on this, and instead looked excited to see their new ship. The group was about to go out when another call came. Brother Straw Hat. Everyone took a closer look and saw that all the younger brothers of Frankie's family were running over in a hurry, and the dust behind them was like a sandstorm. The Frankie family, what are you doing, running away in such a hurry? When they came to a group of people and stopped, leaning on their knees to catch their breath, Nami asked strangely. We, have a favor to ask of you. What's the matter? Have you seen the wanted poster? Wanted order. Luffy tilted his head strangely. Yes, your bounty is also terrifyingly high. Brother Straw Hat and the rest of you are also wanted. Really, so I have one too. I also. Compared to Nami's panic, Sanji and Chopper looked particularly excited. Frankie's younger brother didn't show any concern and directly took out a large number of wanted posters. See for yourselves, except for the few people who were originally offered bounties, everyone else has also been offered bounties. Everyone excitedly came forward to see. Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, has a bounty of 300 million belly. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, the bounty is 120 million belly. Little Thief Cat, Nami, the bounty is 16 million Baileys. The pet that loves to eat marshmallows, Chopper, has a bounty of 50 Baileys. Blackfoot Sanji, failed to obtain the photo, so I used the portrait. The reward is 77 million belly. Sniper King, bounty is 30 million Baileys. Devil Guard, Portgas D. Lorraine, with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. The Devil's Son, Nico Robin, has a bounty of 200 million Baileys. After Frankie's younger brother introduced everyone's bounty, everyone's behavior was different. Nami had a look of despair on her face, as if she would be arrested and executed in the next moment. Sanji lost his soul when he looked at the portrait. It couldn't be said that they looked different, they were completely two people. Who is this? Chopper burst into tears while holding his 50 belly wanted poster. 50. Why 50? Luffy was the only one who laughed out loud. Zoro also had a satisfied smile on his face, and only Lorraine and Robin had no expression. Lorraine even felt that the bounty was still low, but Robin didn't care. Anyway, with Lorraine here, it didn't matter how high the bounty was. Seeing everyone's reactions, Frankie's younger brother thought they were worried because he was being rewarded. I understand how you are feeling right now. Although there are many words to comfort you, we have more important things to ask you than this. As he spoke, he took out another wanted chapter from his arms. Frankie. Why is he also wanted? Robot, Frankie, the bounty is 44 million Baileys. His two sisters were horrified when they saw the bounty. What happened? My eldest brother has also become a wanted criminal. That's right, although we later took action against Marine, we were fine. The big brother who went with you to stop Buster Call was not spared. If he continues to live on this island, he will be in danger. If he is caught, it is impossible for us to save him. So I would like to ask you, Straw Hat Brother, even if it is a strong one, take brother to sail with you, he is originally the child of a pirate. After listening to Brother Frankie's narration, Luffy's expression became rarely serious, and then he suddenly showed a sunny smile. If you don't tell me, I will call him. I have decided to let him work as a shipwright on my ship. Really? Great. What about the rest of you? Nami looked hopeless. Whatever. Sanji. Who is this? Chopper. Only Zoro has not been hit. His bounty is high enough, his photo is handsome, and he is not afraid of being caught. The captain agreed, and of course we have no objections either. Great. Now that you agree, we can rest assured. Brothers, let's withdraw. Then a large group of people walked out in a hurry, and Frankie's two sisters quickly shouted to stop. Hey, wait a minute, where are you going? To be honest, we don't plan to say goodbye to eldest brother, so we'll leave this matter to you. After saying that, he left without looking back. After seeing off Frankie's younger brothers, Luffy and others began to pack their things and prepare to move them directly to the ship at once. The others were still in emo, so Luffy picked up a bag full of water and barbecue and called out to them. Hey, how long will you continue to be negative? Sanji suddenly raised the wanted poster in front of Luffy with a sad face. Why am I the only one who paints, and why do my paintings look so ugly? Don't worry about the details. Having such a high bounty at the beginning is already impressive. Sanji refused to accept it and continued to argue. How does this look like me? It's so ugly. Zoro whispered. Isn't that what you look like? Needless to say, the eyebrows are still very similar and the hair color is the same, but they are a bit fatter. Sanji suddenly rushed over to scare Zoro and then lay on the ground, as if he was covered with Perona's negative ghost. I'm going to be made fun of by ladies all over the world. Nami. I was deceived. I told you I was a reporter from the city, but I'm so cute. Chopper also held up the bounty order and handed it to Luffy. I am also a pirate, and I have fought as bravely as a man. Why is it only 50 Baileys? And it is marked as a pet. Woohoo. As he spoke, tears fell unsatisfactorily, and Luffy had no choice but to comfort him. It doesn't matter. We all regard you as a partner. Just try harder next time. I remember that the cheapest black bread on the market costs 50 belly apiece. Lorraine managed to make up for it with a knife, but Chopper's confidence, which he had just been encouraged by Luffy to come back, suddenly collapsed, and the entire deer was petrified and returned to the same place. Robin burst into laughter. You are too bad. Brother Straw Hat, how long do you have to wait? The shouts of Frankie's two sisters came from outside the door, and Luffy and others also pushed the gate of opening and walked out. Ahaha, sorry, I was just packing my things. He said hello to Frankie's two sisters, turned around and said to a few people. Don't forget your things. Get the boat and call Frankie and we'll set off. Sanji can't move, Chopper said with a cute expression on his face. Zoro looked at it and walked out expressionlessly. Don't worry about that second-rate guy with curly eyebrows. Sanji also heard this sentence, had some reaction, and followed him out mechanically. Brother, we have brought people here. Frankie, where are you? Before Luffy and his group arrived, the voice came over first, but Frankie was not here now. Bingshan and others who were resting in the scrap shipyard were awakened by shouts. Come yet. Wow, are they just these two? They're so big. Frankie is here. Luffy quickened his pace and ran quickly towards the two large ships that were shrouded in curtains. Oh, Uncle Iceberg, you are here. Where's Frankie? He is not here now, but the ship has been built. Let me introduce it to you. Oh, please. These two ships are amazing. I was surprised when I redrawn the design. I believe that I can sail them across any sea area in the world. Luffy's eyes have turned into star eyes, and Chopper is almost the same. Let me see it quickly. Have a look. Bingshan walked slowly to the side of the ship and pulled the curtain. Frankie said, if you want to become One Piece one day, take a ride on this King of Beasts. As he spoke, the curtain was suddenly pulled down, revealing the appearance of the entire ship. Wow, it's so big and spectacular. There are so many things I've never seen before. Will this ship be ours from now on? It's several times bigger than the Melee. Luffy and others were so excited that they climbed onto the sunshine on the spot. Only after they got on board did they realize that this ship was really their dream ship. Lawn, slide, and the lockable refrigerator Sanji dreams of. The iceberg doesn't bother them either, let them get excited for a while first. After everyone's emotions calmed down a little, Luffy lay on the side of the ship and asked. Where's Uncle Iceberg Frankie? Why don't you lift up the ship next to it and take a look? That boat belongs to Brother Lorraine and the others. At least we have to wait until they come before we open it. Lorraine is not here. They have a lot of stuff, so they have to drive the devil over first before moving the stuff, not with Luffy and the others. Oh, that's right. What about Frankie? As for Frankie, are you planning to invite him to be a shipwright? Yes, what's the matter? He seems to have noticed it, so he doesn't plan to see you anymore. Well, doesn't he want to? No, in fact he really wants to go to sea with you. Because of this, if you invite you in person, he doesn't have the confidence to refuse. That's it, but that idiot has an obligation imposed on himself. In my opinion, it's just stupid persistence. Obligation, yeah, so if you want to take him away, then do it by any means, even if you take him away by force. By force, his younger brothers also said so, but is this really okay? Yes, no problem. It doesn't matter whether the strong melon is sweet or not. Just quench your thirst. Just tell me whether you want the boatman or not. The two people turned their heads together and saw Lorraine standing on the demon and shouting towards this side. Hearing his shout, Bingshan showed a smile. His words were rough and unreasonable. At the same time, the boys of the Frankie family also returned to the Frankie house. The group of boys who were still crying suddenly widened their eyes. Frankie was seen leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking Coke. Brother, why are you back? This is Frankie's house. Where else can I go if I don't come back? The boys were stunned for a moment, then gritted their teeth and prepared to confess to him. To be honest, brother, you want to go on an adventure with Straw Hat and the others, right? After hearing this, Frankie slowly stood up and came to the house that his brothers had repaired haphazardly. What are you talking about? You can't even repair a house with your craftsmanship. But, we just asked the Straw Hats to take you out to sea together, and they have agreed. Blanche. Frankie gritted his teeth. Who told you to mind your own business, idiot? I don't want to be a pirate at all. A young man took out a wanted warrant and handed it to him. But even if you don't go, you can't stay with us. We will hold you back. The wanted order is indeed here, but so what, I'm not afraid at all. Frankie was talking big words, but he didn't notice that a boy had ducked down and hid behind the sofa where he was sitting just now. Don't be so arrogant, brother. It's so noisy. I saved you when you were starving to death on the streets. You guys couldn't survive without me. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a thud, and then his lower body became cold and his underwear was gone. Look, I got my pants. The younger brothers were stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. That's right, if you snatch the eldest brother's underpants and then lead him to the straw hats, they will definitely take him away. Hey, give me your underwear quickly, it's my only pair. Frankie is really angry. These boys are a bit naughty. Run. All the boys dispersed in a hurry, running wildly, with Frankie chasing after them. You should know that even if you all come together, you are still no match for me. Then a group of people staged a brawl in the street. Yeah, there's something perverted. Don't look at it, baby. You'll get needle holes. In the end, the underwear was delivered to Luffy, who came to help. With the cooperation of both parties, Frankie was also stuffed into the barrel and flew to the scrap shipyard with one shot, and then plunged into the ground. Bingshan and others waiting here couldn't help but laugh. Allah, what's going on? Lorraine covered Robin's eyes to prevent her from looking, but she didn't notice that a small hand grew behind her with eyes on it. Frankie struggled to pull his head out of the ground and heard Luffy touching him. Frankie, thank you for building us a boat. This is the best boat I have ever seen. We will cherish it. Then I wish you a happy journey. If you want to get this fat one back, then be my partner. Frankie pretended to be calm in the face of Luffy's invitation and provocation. HMPH, don't think you can make me compromise by taking away my underwear. Then he calmly walked to a slightly higher place and started fighting. Although this man is worth 1,000 pieces of gold naked, he is as brave as a lion who is not afraid of huge waves. At this moment, Frankie seemed to have light emanating from his body, and the people watching on the shore were stunned. Wearing nothing on his lower body and still posing, this guy is simply the most perverted of perverts. It's too bad. It's better to leave this city quickly. Luffy also looked in disbelief. I was careless. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He is simply a man among men. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami slapped him on the head. No matter how you look at it, he's just a big pervert. Idiot. I have no choice now. Luffy looked defeated, deeply impressed by Frankie's masculinity. The end justifies the means, how about I help you? By the way, Uncle Bingshan said there seems to be no other way except taking him away by force. Luffy and Nami looked at Lorraine strangely, wondering what he could do. I saw him standing behind Robin, covering her eyes with one hand. With the other hand, he took out a 100 belly coin from his pocket, played with it, put it on his thumb, and flicked it into the sky. 10 million volts. Nami, 10 million. Are you going to stun him and take him away by force? Luffy, is this useful? Electromagnetic pulse. Nami and Luffy still didn't believe it. The next moment, a super thin electric current burst out from Lorraine's fingertips, flicking the fallen coins out, and shot straight towards Frankie's. In less than a second, he came into close contact with the thing on the back of the $1 coin. Ouch! With Frankie's scream, everyone felt their anus tighten at the same time. Hit! It hurts just looking at it. Yada! He's going to die. Frankie. Both Luffy and Chopper had expressions of extreme pain, as if they were the ones who were hit. Bingshan and the others were similar, their bodies froze in place, with cold sweat on their faces. Robin swallowed quietly, and the white and tender little hand behind Lorraine retracted without knowing when. This picture cannot be seen at all. One bag. Frankie was rolling on the ground in pain, with tears and snot flying directly on his face. Seeing this scene, Lorraine felt that it was appropriate, and they could just let them do the rest of the talking. After looking around, he picked up Robin and jumped onto his boat. After moving things just now, he watched Luffy and the others fooling around, without even taking a good look at the boat. I have to say that Frankie and Bingshan's craftsmanship is still very good. The various facilities are similar to those on the Sunshine, except that there is no soldier dock system and the room settings are also different. Of course, the men's and women's crew rooms are no longer needed. Anyway, 2 people sleep together, and the other rooms have been converted into entertainment rooms. It is worth mentioning that this ship can be connected to the Sunshine like a train car, or it can sail independently. This is what Lorraine specifically explained. Mainly because it took French and others 6 days, half of which was spent designing this feature. Otherwise, with their labor and craftsmanship, it can be completed in 3 days. This ship is amazing. Do you like it, baby Robin? Ha 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 ha. Well, I like it very much. I have never seen such a magnificent ship. But what about our demon? Just leave it here like this. To be honest, the ship was really just a tool in his eyes, and there was no ship spirit on the devil. After all the things were moved to the new ship, except for the memories of living with Robin, there was really nothing he couldn't bear to part with. Women are all emotional beings, and he had anticipated Robin's reluctance to part with the boat. Don't worry, I have asked Bingshan to help us transport this ship to the East China Sea. It will not be lost. After all, we have spent a lot of happy time on it. Sure enough, Robin's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great, thank you Anata, moi. Lorraine, just one kiss is not enough. He grabbed Robin's small waist and pulled it forward, then nibbled it into his mouth. I don't know how long it took, but the 2 of them separated with a pop, pulled out a long piece of silk, and kissed Robin's eyes until they were watery. Lorraine couldn't help but move her index finger, and she took the most beautiful piece of silk. An oversized snow girl who loves to eat. Before he could take the next step, Nami's shout came from outside. Hey, Lorraine, what are you doing? Get ready to go. Luffy and his grandfather are chasing us. Robin came back to his senses when he heard the shouting outside, covered his big paw inside his clothes, and grabbed Lorraine's ear with his other hand. This guy started causing trouble early in the morning, and I don't know where he got such strong energy. He almost succeeded. It's absolutely disgusting. Seeing Robin's look, Lorraine knew something was going to happen, so he sneered. I can't help it, it's because Robin baby you are so tempting, hee hee. HMPH. Let's sail the boat. Robin gently twisted his ears and then let go. Then he went to the kitchen to make coffee for himself. He was actually very happy. Lorraine walked to the deck and saw an air door appeared in front of her, and Nami walked directly out of it. Ah, what are you doing? Hey, I called you several times, but Luffy and his grandfather are chasing me again. We need to go to sea quickly. Oh, what's your attitude? I'm telling you, if it weren't for you. Before she could finish speaking, Frankie's voice came over. Ah, brother Lorraine, are you satisfied with my masterpiece? Hey, Frankie, you're still on the boat. Lorraine asked knowingly. Of course, this ship can't survive without me. Super. Nami narrator, are you 2 listening to me? Don't talk so much now, Grandpa Luffy's warship is about to come around. Follow my instructions. No problem, Nami, finally getting down to business. Phew. Then he opened the door for himself and returned to the Sunshine. The operation is also simple, with just a few buttons and pulleys. After pressing them simultaneously, many steel components protrude from the back of the hulls of the Sunshine and Demon Plus and the sides of the cabins. In a burst of clicking sounds, the 2 ships were perfectly connected together, forming a whole. Luffy and Chopper's eyes turned into star eyes. Kakuin, how about it? Are you surprised by my genius design? That's awesome Frankie. The 2 of them directly became Frankie's loyal followers. Lorraine also felt that this design was quite good, at least safer than a large iron chain. Yoshi, let's go. The French family on the shore waved goodbye to everyone with all their strength, with tears on their faces. Brother, take care. The Frankie family will always exist. The 2 ships that merged into one slowly left the coast, but the atmosphere here was not so harmonious. Wait a minute Luffy. Chopper looked at Luffy pitifully, hesitating to speak. Only Frankie was straightforward and asked directly. I said, Brother Straw Hat, is this okay? Are you waiting for that person? Luffy felt very nervous and even started to sweat on his forehead, but he pretended to be calm and shook his legs. Ah, I'm waiting. 2 days ago, Sanji and Chopper went out to buy ingredients, and unexpectedly heard Usopp returning from an exercise at the beach. I told them the news when they first returned to the exclusive pirate hut. Luffy and the others were very happy and immediately said they were going to pick up Usopp. As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Zoro, who did not allow anyone to pick up Usopp. As the vice captain, he has his own consciousness. No matter how weak Luffy is, he is still the captain. People who don't even listen to the captain at critical moments are harmful factors in a team. We are not playing some kid's pirate game. These were his exact words. After Zoro's explanation, everyone understood the crux of the matter. Even Sanji, who always liked to argue with him, felt that what he said was right. But it's not that there is no turning point at all. As long as Usopp's first words when seeing everyone again are deep reflection, it is still acceptable. So now everyone on the boat is waiting nervously, but the boat has slowly started moving, and they can't help but ask the captain's opinion. I've been waiting for so long and he doesn't come. I guess he has already made his choice. I believe he can live well alone. Ha, ha ha, quote. But Nami was still a little reluctant and wanted to say something. Boom, a huge explosion sounded beside the ship, accompanied by fire and huge waves. What's going on? It's marine. How could it be repaired and discovered so quickly? Everyone was startled by the sudden attack. Frankie quickly ran to the side of the ship to check the situation. Everyone on the shore also discovered the dog-headed warship that was chasing after him. It's marine, run, brother. Frankie's younger brothers shouted at the top of their lungs, and everyone on the boat hurriedly got into position, preparing to flee the coast at full speed. Lorraine ran out of the cabin, took a look and ran back. But come on, you can throw such a big target from such a small distance and still be able to trace it. You can't act as well as an ape. Then Garp's voice came. Hey, Luffy, can you hear me clearly? I am your grandpa. I am your grandpa. Please reply if you hear me. Luffy, who heard the shouting, quickly ran to the side of the ship. Grandpa, what's going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't catch us here? Aang, even though I said so, something happened, so you should bury me in the sea here. Just think of it as compensation for you. If no one else takes action, your only opponent is me. Luffy was a little dumbfounded, he was really afraid of his grandfather. After Garp shouted, he said to the marine next to him and asked them to bring up the cannonballs. He picked one up and threw it in his hand, showing a smirk. What is he going to do? Throw cannonballs? I don't know. Don't take it lightly. You have seen how strong Grandpa Luffy is before. If you are not careful, we will all be buried in the sea. Sanji and others didn't know why, so Garp just threw the cannonball over as if to confirm his suspicion. Fist bone meteorite. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the two ships were pushed sideways for several meters by the waves, and they were almost overturned. Because of Lorraine's presence, Mr. Garp, except for the strokes he threw, was still quite capable of danger. Holy shit, it's at least 10 times more dangerous than normal artillery shells. You guys hurry up and move forward at full speed. We can't stop this level of artillery shells for long. At this time Lorraine suddenly appeared, her face covered with coffee. Old man, you have gone too far. You spilled the coffee my wife just made for me. Ah ha ha ha, brat, you are also a person with abilities, so let's bury you in the sea together. Fist bone meteor shower. The old man didn't feel embarrassed at all when he saw Lorraine jumping, but he threw even more vigorously. Okay, old man, you are awesome. He muttered something in a low voice and disappeared. Sanji, Nami and others next to him were dumbfounded. They originally thought that it would be no problem for Lorraine to stop the old man. Unexpectedly, this guy had no intention of taking action and ran away again. But there was no time to dwell on this. More shells had already flown over, and several people quickly accelerated the ship. Usopp ran to the shore at this time, looking at the sunshine in the distance with some disbelief. Although he had rehearsed it many times in his mind, this situation was really beyond his expectation. But he really wanted to go back, and then he jumped off the city wall and ran towards the seaside. As he ran, he started shouting at the two fleeing ships. Although Luffy and others were busy fending off Garp's cannonballs, they still slowed down and listened to what Usopp said, but they never heard the 3 words they wanted. Only Chopper asked everyone stupidly and naively. Hey, Usopp is back and calling us. Didn't you hear it, Luffy? I didn't hear it. Zoro, I didn't hear it either. Liar, you must have heard it. Usopp, who chased him to the beach, saw that the boat had no intention of turning back, and no one responded to his words, so he thought that they really were not going to take him with them. I thought about it for a while, and my saliva slowly flowed from the corner of my eyes. I was wrong and sorry. I was too self-righteous. Can you still let me take back my words of leaving now? I still want to continue to be your companion. Is that okay, please? Everyone on the boat smiled after hearing this, and even Lorraine came out, already holding the camera he bought at a high price. Luffy stretched out his hand and put it in front of Usopp. Luffy, idiot, catch him quickly. Luffy suddenly raised his head, his face covered with tears and snot. Usopp quickly grabbed him and was pulled onto the boat by Luffy with a whoosh. Lorraine put away the camera with a black look on her face. Taking pictures of these two fools was a waste of film. Yoshi, everyone is here now. All we have to do is escape from here. Brothers, it's adventure time. Oh, Garp was also throwing the cannonballs very vigorously, and the cannonballs were flying all over the sky. Obviously he is the grandson, but he strikes without mercy. Lieutenant General Garp is really harsh. Marine, who didn't know the truth, complained, and Aokiji, who was pretending to sleep next to him, thought to himself, this water is all sent to the Marine headquarters from here. Do you want to see what you are talking about? Come on, heroes of the Water City. Don't lose to Marine. Run away. Of course, there are also rational residents who whisper to the people around them not to cheer for the pirates, otherwise they will be on the opposite side of Marine. But the younger brothers of Frankie's family didn't care about this. They shouted wildly at the top of their lungs, eager to go up and help themselves. Yoshi, furl the sail, Frankie shouted, and Luffy also added, asking everyone to close the sails together. He didn't know what Frankie was going to do, but he built this ship. Currently, he is the person who knows the best about this ship. It must be him. Garp saw Luffy and others putting away the sails and didn't understand what they were going to do. They have furled their sails. Are they going to surrender? As soon as these words came out, even Aokiji, who was pretending to sleep, couldn't help but take a look away from the bags under his eyes, but Garp, who knew Luffy best, smiled. How could they surrender? Yes, on the other side, the sunshine. Is this really okay, Frankie? Although the captains chose to believe Frankie and they would not refute, the curiosity in their hearts could not be suppressed, so Zoro asked him while accepting it. Ha, you said it's okay. Baga, you can completely trust this ship. Oh, we have put up the sails and we need to leave quickly, otherwise we will be caught up by Marine soon. Not yet. This ship doesn't have its own name yet. There is no momentum at all for an unknown ship to set sail. Luffy, Yoshi, I thought of a cool name. Bear White Bear Lion. Usopp, how can there be a ship with such a name? Luffy, then Tiger Wolf Lion. Usopp, why are you still an animal? Luffy, Squid Octopus Chimpanzee. The lion is gone, idiot. Usopp slashed Luffy's head with a knife again. As expected of you, you are the one who named me the devil, Luffy. The lion is indeed good, but those idiots from Bingshan actually said that this ship will cross thousands of seas in the future, and named it Wanli Sunshine based on the shape of the ship's bow. Oh, Wanli Sunshine. This name is much better than the name I just thought of. Zoro Sanji Nami. I think it's better than mine too. Frankie was still talking to himself, but everyone had already agreed on the name Wanli Sunshine, and no one paid attention to what name he chose. I squatted down on the deck and drew circles in a grieved manner. As soon as I squatted down, Zoro's voice came. Hey, what are you doing? Marine is very close. If you have any secret weapons, please bring them out quickly to help us get out of trouble. I know, it's so annoying. I'm going to prepare. You should take a look at the beautiful city of Water City now, because you won't be able to see it later. As he said that, he walked directly into the cabin. Nami and the others also quickly took action. Only Luffy jumped onto the side of the ship. Grandpa, and Kirby, I'm so happy to see you again after such a long time. We'll have to run away with all our strength next. Stop talking nonsense, I haven't thrown all the cannonballs yet. As he spoke, Garp threw another one towards Luffy, but it was blocked by Luffy. It's useless, goodbye. Ha 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 ha. You are just my son's son. Who gave you the confidence? Garp was so angry that he would have rushed over if Belmber hadn't stopped him. Seeing that Garp couldn't rush over, he turned around and walked directly into the cabin, while Luffy was still yelling at the iceberg. A few seconds later, Garp came out again, with a large iron ball 20 to 30 meters in diameter in his hand. No wonder he had to pick it up in person, as most people couldn't pick it up. Everyone in Kebi was dumbfounded. Throwing this thing over was no joke. What's that, Garp? How dare you underestimate me? Don't even think about running away. With one hand, he threw the big iron ball with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters, and Luffy's eyes almost popped out. Danger. Frankie, hurry up, I'm going to die. Seeing the huge iron ball flying over, Nami and others were scared out of their wits. Lorraine in the room also knew what Garp had done. Unable to do anything, he appeared next to Luffy and others and said something to the screaming Nami. What are you shouting for? You can't drown. Then his fingers moved, and an imperceptible current hit the big iron ball that was about to fall from bottom to top. If it was one ship, he might not take action, because Luffy and the others would definitely be able to escape. If it was two ships, he wasn't sure whether they would be hit. That trace of current greatly slowed down the falling speed of the iron ball. Others didn't know it, but there was an iron chain on the iron ball, and Garp was holding the other end. He still felt it, and there was a smile on his lips. One of the purposes of throwing this big iron ball was to see if Lorraine would take action. Facts have proved that he can. Of course, he didn't take action because Luffy and others were in danger, but because he was afraid that his ship would be implicated. If the sunshine flew out and his ship was hit halfway, wouldn't it be a huge loss? In this case, generally speaking, there is no problem with the safety of the grandson. Even if the grandson becomes a pirate, as a grandfather, he will still be worried. Just as the iron ball slowly fell, Frankie at the bottom of the sunshine roared. The wind comes and sprays. With a boom, the two linked ships ejected a huge stream of air diagonally backward from the bottom of the ship at the same time, pushing the ship's body away from the place, and rushed into the sky dozens of meters high in one breath. The big iron ball thrown by Garp fell into the air and hit the water, causing a huge splash. The Water City residents and Marines who were watching on the shore were dumbfounded. The ship flew into the sky and escaped. You're so handsome, Mr. Luffy. Even Aokiji stared in disbelief at the two ships flying out of the sky. That's great. He actually escaped. He is worthy of being my grandson. Ha 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 ha. Garp was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose quickly, and finally turned into a wild laugh. He was not ready to continue the pursuit. He had had enough fun today. Because Garp did not continue the pursuit, everyone relaxed soon after the sunshine and the Devil Plus escaped. Most of the various steel components connecting the boats were loosened, leaving only the strongest anchor hook in the middle connected together to ensure that Lorraine's boat could be towed. Luffy and others were busy organizing a party for their new friends. Whether it's Usopp's return, Frankie's joining, or the birth of the new ship Miles Sunshine, it's all something worth celebrating. How could we not hold a banquet to celebrate these three things together? Lorraine and the two of them also rarely attended, because there was really nothing to do. Brothers, are you ready? Oh, cheers. Ha 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 ha. When everyone was almost done eating, Chopper had already started his repertoire of sticking chopsticks into his nostrils. Okay, don't be too happy. It wasn't easy for you to go out with a pig's head every day on the island. Now that you are out at sea, no one else will know. How long has it been since training? You can't be lazy any longer. You should realize that you are still weak in this battle with the lieutenant generals. Starting from tomorrow, everyone will train at least 3 hours a day. As soon as Lorraine's words came out, Zoro, Sanji and Luffy's face darkened. Will the inhumane torture begin again? Why don't we let them rest for a few more days? After all, they just experienced a big war. Chopper put down the juice in his hand, feeling a little unbearable. Because Lorraine's training intensity is still a bit high, although every time he beats people, he will explain the basics to them and let them feel it in detail. The effect is also very significant. Without Lorraine's training during this period, they would have been defeated quickly in the previous battle with the lieutenant generals in the water capital, instead of being at a disadvantage but still having room to fight back. Then how about Chopper's face lit up halfway through Lorraine's words. He thought Lorraine was going to agree, but who knew that he suddenly appeared in front of Chopper and spoke in a secretive manner. Let's include Chopper as a training target. Yada. So scary. Chopper hid his head behind the mast with a whoosh, causing everyone to laugh. Duh, don't scare Chopper like this. Robin couldn't stand it anymore, but the others didn't react much. The 3 people who were going to be trained also laughed. They were not very opposed to the training because they could clearly feel the process of becoming stronger. Only Frankie was confused. What are you talking about? What kind of training? Is it that scary? Can you let me from super participate in it? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Frankie, are you sure? Oh, of course. Although I don't know what it is specifically, it must have something to do with your being so strong, right? I want to give supers a try too. Nami slapped his forehead. You're going to regret it. Lorraine's training was, Before he finished speaking, Lorraine covered his mouth. It happened that Lorraine also wanted to beat him up. He sniped and ran wildly in broad daylight, almost letting baby Robin see the dirty things. How could he not beat him up? Frankie didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, so he fought with both hands. Oh, girl, a real man dares to face any challenge. Yes, that's right. Frankie, I'm optimistic about you. Lorraine helped, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Lorraine usually looked calm. Why was he so bad today? Yoshi, it's settled. Cheers. Luffy didn't think too much. Someone would accompany him to get beaten. That would be great. After dinner, Lorraine and the 2 returned to their boat and lay down under the umbrella, while Robin stayed on the sunshine to have afternoon tea with Nami. After defeating CP0 and those lieutenant generals before, the cultivation value has been accumulated to more than 20 million. Later, I had another move with Garp, and with the accumulation of practice these days, my practice value was once again close to the 100 million mark, and I was only short of the last 10 million to exchange for another copy of Sea Affinity. It's just a matter of the past 2 days, don't worry, Luffy and the others are all fishing. Because there are aquariums on both ships, they will fill the aquariums this afternoon. At this time, Luffy suddenly caught a shark and put it into the aquarium. He ran over to look at it, and found that all the fish except the shark had been eaten. Luffy was so angry that he wanted to eat the shark as a snack on the spot. Lorraine sat up and walked into the cabin to look at her aquarium. Baby Robin, let me fill up our fish tank too. Yeah, sure, grab something nice to look at, we're not short of food. Okay, let's go now. Lorraine responded and disappeared again. Of course, he did not jump directly into the sea. Instead, he went back to Plus Demon to get an oversized net bag, and then jumped into the sea with a pop. Curious about how he was going to catch the fish, Chopper, Luffy and the others' eyes nearly popped out. I jumped down. No, Lorraine committed suicide. Chopper immediately rushed into the cabin to report the news to Robin and Nami. Zoro stepped onto the handrail of the ship's side and jumped off with a pop. However, he searched for a long time in the sea but could not find Lorraine's figure, so he could only hold his breath and swim deeper. 3 minutes later, Zoro suddenly appeared from the sea. I didn't find it, maybe it was swept away by the current. Everyone, come down with me to look for it. At this time, Robin and Nami were also on the deck. Sanji Usopp originally wanted to get off after seeing them not coming up for so long, but they stopped him. Originally, Nami was a little worried because she couldn't move in the sea. Robin said that Lorraine could not only breathe in the water but also swim. After thinking about her own situation, she became convinced. No need to go, Lorraine is fine. He can swim. He will come up by himself in a while. No matter how good you are at swimming, you will still drown after becoming a person with abilities. No, he won't lose strength in the sea, and he can still breathe. I do not believe. Not only Zoro, but everyone else doesn't believe it. People with abilities will drown in the sea and people can't breathe in water. This is an iron law. You're lying, right? How can a person breathe in the sea? Robin didn't know how to explain it to them, but at this moment Lorraine suddenly emerged half of his body from the sea, and couldn't help but feel strange when he saw Zoro next to him. Zoro, do you want to catch fish too? Everyone. I'll catch you, didn't you jump into the sea? Lorraine, would you like to see where we are? Who said this? Aren't you a person with abilities? How did you float? Oh, well, I'm special. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw Lorraine who could swim. Ikini from Sigyu. A person with the ability to swim. Let me try too. Don't. Flop. Everyone. You are such a talent. Zoro went to fish out Luffy with a black line on his face, and Luffy stuck out his tongue. I can't do it anymore, I have no strength. Who told you to jump into the sea, idiot? Everyone admires Luffy's imagination. Although they are all capable, just because someone can swim doesn't mean you can too. Zoro and others are not ability users and can swim in the first place, so they don't have to worry too much. Robin knows the situation and Nami can already breathe in the water, so he doesn't ask any questions. Only Luffy and Chopper were very curious. How can I cultivate? I am also a person with abilities. Why can't I swim? Hey, it's common sense that people with abilities can't swim. Then why can Lorraine? Forehead. Zoro was dumbfounded when he asked the question in return, saying that he didn't know either. It's better to go up first. Are you comfortable staying in the sea? Tem, do you think I want to come down? Zoro gets angry when he talks about this. Didn't he come down to find you? The three people quickly climbed onto the boat along the rope that was thrown down. In just a moment, Lorraine's oversized net bag was almost full. There are a lot of good things, some of which are fish and shellfish from the deep sea. Have you seen colorful fish and colorful shells? While using his ability to dry his clothes, Lorraine had already thought of his words. Anyway, the final explanation was on his side. It is true that people with abilities will be disgusted by the sea, and they will become powerless in the sea. But I am different. I am a man favored by the sea. Being favored by the sea. What does it mean? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned over. Robin covered his mouth and narrowed his eyes into a line with laughter. The expression on his face seemed to say, let's see how you end up now. Ahem, that's right. I can't tell you the details of the blessing of the sea. I couldn't swim when I first ate the fruit, but when the water gods of the water city came, I picked it up. When you get a transparent fruit, you can swim after eating it. Is that so? Do you still have that fruit? No more. How can it be repaired? Hearing this, Luffy looked regretful. He had known that they were going out for a walk. Wait, something is wrong. Weren't you and Robin in the hotel when the water gods came? When did you go out? Idiot, isn't it easy for me to go out? That's right, forget it, I'm so envious of people with the ability to swim. Yeah, me too, Luffy sighed, and Chopper echoed on the side. Lorraine did not intend to use sea affinity for Luffy and the others, because all the training values were obtained by him with one blow, and it would take at least half a month to collect 100 million, together. Why should I give them the results of half a month of hard work? I want to eat them. Just arrange one for yourself and baby Robin. Nami has to consider whether to give it to her. Although she ate the devil fruit because she cheated on her, she can't drown now, so it's not a big problem. Okay, don't worry about this anymore. Just know that I am the only one in the world who can swim. Oh, after saying that, he went to do his own thing. If he chatted for a while, all the fish would die. After putting the fish away, Lorraine jumped into the sea with a pop, leaving Nami and others confused. Huh, why is he going? Isn't the fish tank full? I don't know either. But Robin soon knew, because in less than 3 seconds, a dazzling white light lit up on the bottom of the water, and then many fish surfaced. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up when he saw it, and he already had more dipping sauce and chopsticks in his hands. There are so many fish, this ability is so convenient. Sanji, catch them quickly. I want to eat them. Copy that, Captain. You guys are here to help, just enough to fill up the refrigerator. Sanji responded and took out a few net bags to invite Usopp and others to catch fish together. They were eating Luffy while eating sashimi. At this moment, Lorraine rushed out of the sea with a whoosh. What was frightening was that he was holding a huge fish in each hand, which looked strangely shaped. The fish head alone was as big as a house. When Lorraine was about the same height as the cabin, he threw the 2 fish onto the boat. There were 2 bang bang sounds, and the fish's head hit the boat. Both boats shook violently, and the draft suddenly fell 2 meters deeper. Ah! Nami screamed and was almost shaken out. See gay, what a big fish. Is this a Poseidon? No, just a bigger fish, Chopper exclaimed, and Sanji explained it to her. At this time Lorraine also landed on the boat. These 2 fish are enough for dinner. I'm having a great time today. I'll treat you. If it's not enough, I'll catch more. No problem. These 2 fish are incredible. The 2 fish heads take up most of the space on the deck. One is like an eel, and the other is a bit like a sunfish. Together they are as big as a boat. It's not enough to catch more. It's impossible to finish these 2 fish, right? Frankie was a little dumbfounded. He had just joined the group today and didn't know much about the group's appetite, so he subconsciously thought he wouldn't be able to finish it all. Don't worry, there are 2 big eaters on board. If you can't finish them, there won't be much left. Sanji said casually and went to deal with the 2 fishes. It must be said that being a Straw Hat chef is still hard work. He usually has to fight, but he has to start cooking soon after lunch and continue until the evening. Others just have to wait to eat, but fortunately Sanji is a qualified chef, and he is willing to work harder when he sees that the food he makes is liked by others. Soon it was evening. The last dish of kabayaki giant eel has been cooked and is ready to eat. Yoshi, I'm starting. Luffy couldn't help but started stuffing it into his mouth. Before that, he had been beaten by 3 people for stealing food. He was the most shameless captain in the world and could be beaten by any crew member. It was okay at first, but they all ate very quickly. Later, Frankie's eyes gradually became frightened, and everyone else had already eaten and stopped what they were doing. Luffy and Lorraine were still stuffing food into their mouths, and the food that had been stacked in several layers on the table was decreasing like crazy. Are these 2 people? Just get used to it. Anyway, I have never seen anyone who eats better than them. I don't know how long it took. I'm full. Huh, why are you looking at us? You've never seen us eat. No, I've seen it before, but I seem to have eaten more today. 2 fishes plus some other food are enough to feed 200 ordinary people, but now there is not a single bit left, making them think that the food intake of the 2 people has increased. Doesn't that mean that the food reserve is about to face a crisis again? In fact, this is not the case. Normally, if Lorraine does not need to return his life, he can only eat enough for 60 or 70 people, and Luffy is about the same. But if used, he could eat all the food on both ships by himself. After dinner, everyone had nothing to do, leaving Zoro alone to watch the night on the watchtower, and then went back to sleep. Ah, generation. Frankie was awakened by screams early the next morning. Hearing the screams from the deck, he thought it was an enemy invasion, so he put on his clothes and ran out quickly. How can we repair it? Where is the enemy? As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Apart from Lorraine, Zoro and Luffy, there was no one else on the deck. Huh, what's going on? Oh, Frankie, you're awake too, come and practice domineering with us. Cultivation of haki. Is this how haki is cultivated? At this time, no one else had gotten up. Sanji was cooking in the kitchen, so the only people being trained were Zoro and Luffy. They both woke up on their own. Frankie didn't wake up, so he didn't join the training. Normally, Lorraine would not be so diligent, but today, after earning the remaining few million cultivation points, he can exchange them for a copy of the Sea Affinity, and then baby Robin will be able to swim. 2 people have already done their favorite things in heaven and on earth, but they haven't tried it in water yet. How can we be more positive? Although it was strange, Frankie still sat down next to Zoro and Luffy. Lorraine was not in a hurry, and slowly explained to him the basic knowledge of domineering. It was not difficult to understand. Frankie quickly digested the knowledge and sighed. He had seen Mr. Garp and Lorraine fight against each other before. Destruction also made him yearn for something. But after listening to it, he was not very interested in this. He was still more interested in technology, but the technology tree in the pirate world was really crooked. Is this domineering? It doesn't seem to be particularly difficult. Yes, haki can be attached to any weapon. Wei Li is very optimistic. Can a robot do it too? Frankie's interest became noticeably stronger when he heard that it could be attached to any object. Of course, anything will do. As he spoke, the baseball bat in Lorraine's hand began to turn black from the handle upwards, until finally the entire bat turned black, and he lightly knocked the stick on the large dumbbells Zoro used for training. With a boom sound, the dumbbell sank visibly. Oh, super. It's so powerful, I'm very interested in it. Okay, let's get started. Come on. A real man should be brave enough to face all kinds of challenges. Then there were various banging sounds mixed with screams. Although Frankie was half a mechanical body, there were still many places that were beaten. Sanji joined in midway. More than an hour later. Wait a minute. How long will it be until this lasts? Of course not. I have no energy, I have to replenish my coke. Oh, go ahead. At this time, everyone else had also gotten up, and Usopp took advantage of Frankie to refill his coke and came to his side. How about Frankie? We said this training was scary, right? Do you have any regrets? Regret? How could I, Frankie, regret it? Although I have no interest, things that have been decided will not change. After saying that, he picked up 3 bottles of Coca-Cola, put them in his chest, and walked out again. After 3 hours of devil training, Lorraine couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. Beating someone is a strenuous job. But then I became excited again, because I finally collected the second training value of sea affinity. I just said that you should practice on your own for a while and then ran back to find Robin. Robin was currently reading a book on the deck of the Devil Plus, taking a sip of coffee from time to time. The sunshine was too noisy, so she liked silence while reading. As I was looking at it, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. I looked closely and saw that it was Lorraine. Then I put down the book and stood up. Training is over. You didn't even wipe the sweat off. Looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead, Robin reached out and wiped it for him. It's over. Let them practice by themselves. Baby Robin, please sit down first. Lorraine's face was full of happiness. Robin didn't know what was going on, but he sat down obediently. Hey, Robin, do you want to swim? In no mood. Lorraine. In fact, Robin thought that there were almost no people in this world who couldn't swim, except for those with abilities and the trash among the celestial dragons. Robin had eaten the devil fruit before she met Lorraine. It can be said that she has never played in the water to her heart's content since she could remember. How could she not be envious when she saw other people fishing, catching shrimps and swimming in the sea? But as a person with abilities, she could only think about swimming, so now when Lorraine asked her, she directly said she didn't want to. Lorraine didn't expect her to answer so simply, and was suddenly speechless. She reorganized her words before speaking again after careful consideration. Then if there is an opportunity now for you to become a swimmer like me, would you like to try it? Robin's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and then dimmed again. Of course I have, but you have already used that thing, and you don't have it anymore. That's not necessarily the case. Hearing this, Robin's eyes shone again. Real, of course it's true. When did I lie to you? The day before going to Sky Island. Lorraine. Can this matter still be over? Ha 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 ha, I'm kidding you. Of course I didn't lie to you. Please tell me where I can find the thing. As he spoke, he began to randomly touch Lorraine's body, focusing on a few pockets of course. I'll tell you unless you kiss me. Mwah. I want it on the right side too. Mwah. After Robin kissed both cheeks, Lorraine pointed to her mouth again, and Robin kissed her again without hesitation. Even if there was no sea kiss and Lorraine wanted to kiss her, she would still kiss her, but now she was a little excited and a little anxious. They separated on the spot after the kiss. Lorraine hadn't felt it in detail yet, and she was about to threaten again when she found out a small hand has touched his ear. Quick, take it, come out, come on. Oh, you can't tease her anymore, you'll get punished if you tease her anymore. He can also understand Robin's mood now. He was also very anxious at the time. Hey, don't twist, don't twist. Take it now, close your eyes first. Robin closed his eyes obediently after hearing this. Lorraine flipped his wrist and a thumb-sized blue water drop appeared on his palm. It was the affinity of the sea. Okay. When Robin opened his eyes, he saw Haijukin lying quietly in Lorraine's hand. The expression on his face instantly became surprised. He reached out and took it, and then kissed Lorraine hard on the forehead. Thank you, Anata. There is no need to say thank you between us, let's do it now. Robin didn't do any ink, and directly put the affinity of the sea on her forehead. Just like before, the affinity of the sea emitted a burst of blue light and then integrated into Robin's body, but she didn't feel anything. I feel like nothing has changed. Robin opened his eyes and felt it carefully. There was no strange feeling, just like usual. Of course, I didn't feel anything when I first used it. I didn't know until I got into the water. When Robin heard this, she thought it was the same. She thought Lorraine was teasing her at the time. No matter what, she would feel something. But when she actually used it, she found that she really didn't feel anything. But it must be useful. Lorraine's situation is the best proof, so he couldn't wait to walk towards the side of the ship. He jumped into the sea with a plop sound. Lorraine wasn't worried either. He knew the effect of sea affinity best, and sure enough, Robin surfaced in the next moment. You can really swim. It's great. Robin smiled happily. She could finally swim without worrying about drowning. This was the first time in her life that she was so happy. Seeing her happy like a little girl, Lorraine also laughed and jumped into the sea with a splash to chase her. Both of them can breathe in the water, they just need to pay attention to the water pressure. Robin's physique is not as strong as Lorraine, so he will definitely not be able to dive to the bottom of the sea. But it didn't stop the two of them from playing in the water. Looking at Lorraine, who was like an elf in the sea, his mouth watered. The two of them got carried away and lost track of time. It was already afternoon by the time the two people surfaced again. Ah, it's snowing. Maybe we have entered the range of East Island. Robin's face turned a little red, because Lorraine was so ridiculous that he actually executed her on the spot under the water. Forget it, the clothes have been washed away by the sea water, and now not only the clothes are missing, but the boat is also gone. He couldn't help but pinched Lorraine's ears hard. Lorraine covered his ears and said not to worry, because he sensed that the boat was not very far away from the two people. It's not that he is not durable, but because they were discovered as soon as they jumped into the sea, Nami and others did not care and continued sailing. However, the two of them did not surface for a long time and were about to go down to have a look. Then they were stopped by Lorraine. Then Nami and others simply dropped anchor and stopped the boat. Lorraine flashed directly to the Devil Plus, picked up a more conservative one-piece swimsuit, and then flashed back to Robin. Put it on quickly and go back, don't catch a cold later. Robin rolled her eyes at him and put on her clothes before lying on Lorraine's back. Carried me. Good. Lorraine was very fast. He arrived at the ship's location in a few minutes and jumped directly from the bottom of the sea to the Devil Plus. Robin said she was tired and wanted to lie down for a while and went straight into the cabin. Lorraine had only worn a pair of pants and not yet put on any clothes. She was about to put on some clothes when Frankie's voice came over. Hey, brother Lorraine, even if we are all friends, it would not be good to suddenly jump into the sea to play and make us wait for several hours. It's really not good. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time. Forehead. Frankie originally thought Lorraine would quibble, but he didn't expect him to apologize so simply. Like Luffy, he would not apologize without being beaten. Forget it. Brothers, you can set sail. What's wrong with you? Frankie didn't care so much, and was about to call others to set sail when he realized that everyone else was looking at Lorraine with expressions like they were liars. They all knew that Robin was also a person with abilities, but they all saw it whether Robin had just jumped into the sea or just now. Nami, we promised that you would be the only one who can swim. Usopp, are you a better liar than me? Luffy, you are the big talker, right? Chopper, yeah, I agree. Yes, I lied. Baby Robin can also swim. Now, are there any questions? Other people. Lorraine spread his hands, as if there was nothing you could do to me. Several other people looked at each other and numbed their paws, and the words they had prepared for a long time to question were stuck in their throats. It seems, there's really nothing you can do against him. Finally, Nami considered it and said, well, we want to ask, is there any way you can let us swim? Yes, that's what we want to ask. No, at least there's nothing we can do about it now. Hearing this, Luffy and Chopper looked at each other in disapproval, while Nami grasped the point. There was nothing we could do now. That means there might be a way in the future. Uncertain. Nami, okay, the last glimmer of hope has been shattered, so don't think about it and sail first. Just then Zoro's voice came from the watchtower. Hey, there's a ship ahead. After hearing this, everyone looked forward. That is true. Without sails and without a pirate flag, what kind of ship is this? How strange. Did it drift here? Some people came out, but they looked tired. Usopp also saw some haggard-looking people coming out of the ship through his eyepiece. It is indeed a shipwrecked ship, right, Captain? Well, I know, let's go and have a look. Sanji gave his own judgment and called out to Luffy. Luffy also reacted. No matter what kind of ship it was, he would know if he went over and took a look. The two ships slowly approached. Hey, who are you? See, pirate, run. The rudder is broken. The sail is broken too. The next moment, everyone on the broken boat knelt down. Spare your life. Luffy and others. Who are you asking? Well, we are just fishermen in distress. We were attacked by pirates a few days ago. There is no treasure on the ship, and there is not even food. We have been there for several days. No more food, so please let us go. After some explanation, Luffy and others also sympathized with this group of so-called fishermen. That's it. We are also planning to have dinner, so why don't you join us? Is it really possible? Well, of course, Sanji's cooking is great. Thank you so much. A thin man in the leader thanked with tears, and the others also showed smiles, and then all the people on the broken ship boarded the Sunshine. Chopper treated the wounds for each of them. Not to mention how happy he was. Not long after he had his own room for the first time, patients who needed his treatment came. Just as they were being treated, another person walked out of the broken ship. He was looking at the Wanli Sunshine and making comments. Suddenly, the phone bug in his hand rang. Moses, what's going on? Oh, we are recruiting a new group of pirates and are planning to report to you. What does the pirate flag look like? There is a straw hat on the skull. It looks silly, as if it is here to catch bugs. Don't jump to conclusions, idiot, they are the straw hats. The total bounty is close to 1.8 billion, and even many famous pirate groups in New World are not as high as them. Listen, don't let them escape before we get here. Quote. Oh, I understand. What do you understand? Of course I understand what to do next. Oh, tell me and I'll listen. As long as we use. This man's name is Stanson, and he was originally a member of the Phoenix Pirates, but now he is controlled by the Aquino family and has to hunt for the pirate flag for them, so that he can have a chance to exchange for his own flag. But Stanson was very panicked now, because a man appeared behind him at some point, and this man seemed to have heard everything he just said. Turning around mechanically, he saw a young man who was over 2 meters tall, handsome, wearing single clothes, and looked to be in his early 20s looking at him with a death smile. Robin's official height is 188 centimeters, but the protagonist is still a little taller than her. For what? Keep talking. If you don't understand clearly, you will die. Lorraine was originally lying under the sunshade chair of the Devil Plus to enjoy the snow scenery without turning on the sight, but the distance was too close. There was nothing I could do if I didn't want to hear it, and then I heard the conversation between Stanson and the person on the other end of the phone. Although I don't know exactly what they are going to do, it is definitely aimed at Luffy and others, and it is not a good thing. Of course. Yes, we will entertain you with the wine we specially brewed. Ha, ha ha. Stanson was sweating on his forehead and racking his brains to round out what he just said, but Lorraine across from him narrowed his eyes and his hands began to flash with white light. Do I look like a fool? If you give me one more chance, you will die if you answer the wrong question. Not only you, but also the 4 on the boat and the half-dead men under the cabin will all die. If you don't believe it, try it. Quote. Stanson was sweating profusely and was a little out of breath under the pressure of Lorraine's momentum. Before, he didn't understand why there was a pirate group with such a high bounty in the first half of the Grand Line. Now he seems to understand a little bit. The guy in front of him is about to kill him just with his momentum. Can a person be so strong? It seems you are not ready to say it. But Lorraine didn't give him that much time to sigh, and raised his hand directly. Wait a moment. Please wait a moment, I said. Well, tell me, I'll listen. Actually, we are also pirates. Stanson then told how they passed through this sea area, were deceived into the territory of the Aquino family, had their flag taken away, and were threatened to search for the pirate flag. I see. Is it possible to abandon everything and survive? It's understandable. After all, revenge is possible only when you are alive. Lorraine's words made Stanson a little surprised. In this world, there is no such thing as a green mountain without fear of running out of firewood. In the eyes of many people, dreams are everything. They are eating up there. I originally didn't want to interfere with Luffy's affairs, but since I have already taken action, I might as well take care of it to the end. With that said, he snatched the phone bug out of Stanson's hand and dialed. Bulu Bulu. Soon the call was connected. Moses, this is Saluge, do you have anything new to report? No, Stanson and the others have been arrested by me. Don't come looking for trouble, otherwise I will let you all die without a burial place. Tem, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Judging from your conversation just now, you should have heard of the name Portgas D. Lorraine, remember what I said. After saying that, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he hung up the phone directly. Stanson next to him was already dumbfounded. At this time, the little boy from Stanson's group came out wearing Chopper. Huh, Lorraine, why are you here? Lorraine still likes Chopper very much. Internally, he is both good and fun-loving. He is the first to be killed in every internal conflict. Externally, 50 Baileys are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It also has top-notch medical skills and is simply the best in cost-effectiveness, okay. The most important thing is that it looks cute. 50 Japanese yen equals $2.50. Oh, Chopper, you are going to heal their captain, go and come back early. How do you know there are still patients here? Captain, are they pirates too? Well, go quickly. Whether it's a pirate or not, I will go if there are patients. As a doctor, Chopper couldn't leave his patients alone, otherwise Dr. Dory would scold him. On the other side, Saluge, who was called and scolded by Lorraine, was very angry. There is a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, right? I want to see what you are capable of. Anyway, it's not far from the sunshine. Got it. After Saruj and others approached the sunshine, they did not start a direct battle because they had other arrangements. For a pirate group of this level to directly fight head-on, it was because they were out of their minds and they had to use a strategy. It's already dark now, and they are just planning. They don't even know what domineering means. On the sunshine side, Luffy and others came out after dinner and couldn't help but feel strange when they saw Lorraine standing coolly on the boat opposite. After asking again and understanding what happened, Luffy said that he was too lazy to care. A group of guys who could even give up the pirate flag would not fight back even if they took the initiative. Now we just have to wait for Chopper to finish treating the patient and then leave. At this moment, Lorraine heard a clear voice from his sight, turn on the lights. Suddenly, warships appeared one after another on the sea, surrounding all 3 ships from a distance. What happened, Marine? Did you find out so soon? At this time, Saluge also ordered a simulated bombardment, and a huge splash of water suddenly exploded next to the ship. Let's run, Nami. Luffy immediately ordered the steering wheel to be turned, and everyone hurried into action. Wait a moment, everyone was stunned and looked at Lorraine. What's going on? Marine is chasing me. What about Marine? In my haki, I can't even feel a single warship. How can it be? Don't believe it. Then let me prove it. As he spoke, he raised one hand above his head. Following his movements, violent white light broke through the sky, and thick thunder and lightning broke through the clouds directly. Stanson and others were frightened. Under the flash of white light, the surrounding environment was illuminated translucently, and the warship disappeared directly in the light. As the white light dissipated, the warship reappeared. Everyone, fake, how can it be repaired? This is some guy's prank. Thanks to Lorraine, I almost got scammed. I must cultivate my domineering energy as soon as possible. Lorraine's figure flashed and he came to Saluge's boat. At this time, he was stamping his feet in annoyance. How can it be repaired? How can that guy use lightning? I hope they don't find out that the warship is fake. Lorraine appeared directly behind him. You fool, do you really dare to seek death? Chapter 71. Brother Salu stiffened his body and slowly turned his head, looking at Lorraine's face so close that he was startled and emoticonned. You, what brought you here? Lorraine almost vomited when she saw this face. This guy was really ugly, with a kidney-deficient look on his face. His eyes were like those of a panda riding a horse, and he still had a goatee like an apron on his chin. He didn't hold back the punch and punched him directly. With a scream, Saluge flew out and hit the side of the ship. He didn't know how many teeth he lost. The others also reacted at this time and rushed towards Lorraine with their swords raised, cursing as they rushed. Te ba ya luo, what have you done? Are you looking for death? However, Lorraine couldn't even dodge their attacks, and ordinary swords were not domineering. Whoa, all the knives passed through Lorraine's body without causing any harm. Nani, this guy is an esper. Logia's esper. Run. They are not ignorant idiots. On the contrary, they can steal other people's pirate flags and store them all over the room. They have seen more pirate groups than anyone else, and they have seen all kinds of weird abilities. A lot of people have come to understand the abilities of devil fruits. They have never encountered Logia's ability user, but they also know how powerful Logia is, so they want to run away on the spot, and some people even want to jump into the sea on the spot. But their speed could not be faster than lightning. Lorraine stretched out his hand, and blazing white lightning radiated from his fingertips, accurately hitting the minions who were about to jump into the sea and escape. Ah, male sign. After several screams, everyone except Saluj was scorched by electricity and lay on the deck, twitching and smoking. Lorraine walked slowly towards Brother Salu as if strolling in a garden. At this time, Brother Salu had already recovered from the punch just now. Looking at Lorraine, he seemed to be looking at a devil. He kept trying to retreat, but behind him was the side of the ship, and there was no way to retreat. Tell me, what do you want to do with such fancy things? If you don't tell me, you will die. Brother Salu was still thinking about his quibbles and his eyes were rolling. Unexpectedly, Lorraine punched him directly on the left shoulder socket, and his whole left hand immediately dropped weakly. Ah! Brother Salu let out a scream, and cold sweat flowed down his body. It took him a while to recover. We are here to drive you into the glacier, and then find a way to steal your pirate flag. Stanson also said that they were robbed of the pirate flag, and were forced to trick other pirate groups into falling into their trap, but why steal other people's pirate flags? Seizing the pirate flag, what kind of strange hobby is this? Our father, Don Aquino, has a lifelong dream to collect more pirate flags. So that's it. It's really a boring dream. Don't come here to seek death again, otherwise you and your father, that guy named Maginot, will die. After saying that, he stunned Saluj and disappeared in a flash. At this time, Luffy and the others were sitting on the deck waiting for Lorraine to appear. The prank just made them very angry. Lorraine must have gone to catch the prankster. Robin was also here. The simulated shell explosion just now woke her up. After understanding the following situation a little bit, she sat down and waited with everyone. Stanson and others stood aside awkwardly, scratching their heads, and finally spoke. Hey, aren't you worried about your companion? He is Brother Salu of the Aquino family. Luffy and others, if you have that time, you might as well think about what to eat for dinner. Don't worry, that guy will probably be fine if he takes a walk around the Marine headquarters. Stanson and others were still talking about something when Lorraine appeared on the scene with a roar. Seeing him appear, Luffy and others also had smiles on their faces. How's it going? Did you catch that guy? Yeah, I beat him up but didn't kill him. Yoshi, that's it. Let's see if they dare to play tricks next time. Hey, Chopper, are you okay? You're almost out, ready to go. Luffy said something angrily, and then shouted into the broken ship. As he finished speaking, Chopper and that little kid Gillo walked out. Chopper, are you done? Let's go quickly. That. Before Chopper could say anything, the little brat spoke with a fierce look on his face. No, he can't leave now. If the doctor leaves, the captain will be in danger. If you insist on taking him away, then fight me. As he spoke, he picked up the mop on the side and rushed towards the group of people, but was stopped by Stanson and others. This kind of little brat is very annoying. Luffy. Chopper weakly raised his hand. What's wrong, Chopper? There is a seriously injured patient on their ship. I want to stay here for a while and wait until he gets better before leaving. Is that okay? After saying that, he looked at Luffy pitifully. As the captain, Luffy naturally knew what his companion was thinking, so he agreed on the spot. Shuga, no problem, just wait here. Lorraine and Robin saw that Luffy had made his decision and went back to rest. Anyway, they had nothing to do. Early the next morning, Stanson and his captain woke up. Chopper checked him again, confirmed that he was not in danger, left some medicine for them and left. The sunshine was sailing slowly on the sea. It snowed last night. It was a nice morning. Lorraine was sitting on the side of the boat fishing. Now Robin can also swim. Don't rush to practice. Let's enjoy life. Is the most important. Hurry up and bite the hook. Hurry up and bite the hook. There must be many different fish in the glacier waters. If you don't want to bite the hook, I can use electricity. Lorraine mumbled while rubbing the bait, and Robin next to her couldn't help but shake her head. This guy. Just when the ship was about to leave the Glacier Sea, Lorraine suddenly felt that there was a group of people in the distance. It was the Aquino family, and this time their head, Don Aquino, was also there. Yesterday, after Saruj returned, he already said that Lorraine was a Logia user, but Don Aquino was very confident in his abilities. The more important reason is that he doesn't want to let go of the pirate flag with such a high bounty, especially on his birthday. He has long regarded the pirate flag of Luffy and others as his own. At this time, he was observing Luffy and others with a telescope. Oh, I disturbed my wife while she was sleeping and I haven't settled the score with you yet you dare to come here. Baby Robin, help me hold the fishing rod. Lorraine snorted coldly, threw the fishing rod and disappeared. Robin didn't say anything, knowing in his heart that it was the person who played the prank last night who came to take revenge, and silently activated his ability to help Lorraine catch the fish. The Aquino family is on the top of a glacier, wearing skates on their feet, and their boat is parked on the waterway between the glaciers behind them. Dad, how are we going to deal with them this time? They have the ability of a Logia. Alas, since Dad is here, of course we should go directly and kill them all. Don Aquino's two sons, Campesino and Brandy, were singing along, but Salagu was not here. The injury he sustained last night was enough for him to rest for a while. That's right, Logia is nothing in front of my 10,000-degree heat. Young ones, exist. Get ready to do it. Don Aquino's children agreed and prepared to skate down directly with their skates. Oh, what a bunch of idiots. There was a cold snort, and the Aquino family, who was about to make a move, stopped in surprise, and the head of the family, Don Aquino, also turned around. Hi, you are so ugly. Has the toad turned into a spirit? He has seen ugly people before, but such an ugly one is relatively rare. He is similar to Blackbeard, with small limbs and a huge belly, just like a big toad. Don Aquino's three sons. Although it is true, don't say it. We will also be burned by the high temperature. Don't you feel that the air is getting hot? An angry dad is the scariest thing. Is that you, the person with Logia's ability, the one who injured Brother Salu last night? Faced with Lorraine who complained about his appearance from the very beginning, Don Aquino was very angry. The reason why he hadn't taken action yet was because the other party was definitely not a weakling who could suddenly appear behind him. That loser. I have no interest in killing him. That's really arrogant, but forget it, none of you can escape today, so I'll deal with you first. I'm going to order the Straw Hat Pirates flag. Give it to me. Don Aquino gave the order, and his three remaining sons rushed forward. Lorraine had no desire to do anything to these people, so Conquerors was released directly, stunning the three of them on the spot. How can it be repaired? What have you done? I don't need to explain to a frog in the well like you. Haha, good. You succeeded in irritating me, searing explosive bomb. Go to hell. Some red air balls appeared on Don Aquino's hand and he threw them towards Lorraine, but even bullets could not hit Lorraine, let alone such things thrown by hands. The figure swayed a few times and then all of them escaped. Boring. How can we repair the fire-burning flue? Still being dodged by Lorraine in an understatement, Don Aquino on the opposite side became angry and rushed towards Lorraine. Let's see how you hide now, Heat Cull. This time Lorraine did not hide, but directly raised his feet to withstand the human-shaped balloon rushing towards him. The temperature of several thousand degrees did not seem to have any effect on him. How is that possible? How could you not get burned? Don Aquino looked in disbelief. The temperature was only a few thousand degrees, but the temperature that Lorraine's lightning could reach was much higher than this. After checking, the temperature generated by lightning can reach 10,000 to 20,000 degrees. I've said it all, I don't need to explain to a frog in the well like you. Since there is no other way, then just die. 50 million volts of thunder. Ah, A huge amount of thunder and lightning emerged from Lorraine's face and poured into Don Aquino's body, and his body began to smoke amidst the constant screams. In the end, he lay on the ground with his whole body charred and black, and there was still one breath left. Lorraine had no intention of continuing to take action. The other party looked like this and he could survive. If the other party only wanted to grab a pirate flag from the beginning to the end, Lorraine would just want to teach him a lesson. But if this guy had murderous intentions, that was a different matter. After solving the Don Aquino family, Lorraine teleported back to the Devil Plus, with Robin still reading a book. "How's it going, Robin baby? Are there any fish biting the hook?" "No, I want electric fish." With that said, he jumped off the boat with a pop. Without the interference of the Aquino family, the two ships quickly left the glacial waters. Luffy and others picked up a wine barrel at sea, with a cover hanging on it and the words, "Poseidon Royal Treasure," written on it. Luffy and others thought it contained treasure, and were dancing excitedly on the boat. Nami looked at the three idiots and couldn't help but explain to them that this was used to hold wine. Zoro's interest perked up when he heard there was wine. After opening it excitedly, there was not the wine as expected, but a huge red firework. There was no wine to drink, so a few people joked and dispersed. A picture flashed through Lorraine's mind, but in the end he couldn't think of anything. He scratched his head and didn't bother to think about it. "The storm is coming, everyone, get ready." When Nami's voice came, everyone immediately took action. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the storm on the sea suddenly changed, the sky turned completely dark, and lightning started to thunder. "No, it's completely against the wind. You'll be sucked into the storm. Retract the sail. Let me do it." Frankie pushed Sanji away from the helm, activated his specially designed soldier dock system, and released the ship's outer wheel. "See gay." Luffy and others' eyes dazzled. "This thing is so cool." Then they used coke as power and drove away from the scope of the storm. "How about this? This ship can cross any sea area. I'm not lying to you." "Aha, so handsome, Frankie." Frankie felt a little elated after being praised by everyone. He was very happy to have his work recognized by others. But, having said that, what's the situation in this sea area? It's not dark yet, but it's like nighttime because of the thick fog, and I can't see anything clearly. Zoro looked around and asked a little strangely, and others also reacted. "Nami, could it be? Are we entering that legendary sea area? I'm not mentally prepared yet." "Ah, Fishman Island. Arriving there so soon." "No, we have to pass through a haunted sea area before that." Usopp was a little confused because he hadn't been with everyone before, so Luffy leaned close to him and spoke secretly, while Frankie also helped. "That's right, so don't take it lightly. This is the Devil's Triangle where everything mysteriously disappears. Ghost, yes, this sea area is haunted." "Nonsense, why didn't I know? Grandma Kekaluo told us that there are still living skeletons." "Okay, don't scare him. It's just that hundreds of ships disappear mysteriously every year. I heard that there are also ships full of ghosts." Sanji was talking, but the lit match illuminated his face in a horrible and bad way. "Ah, let's talk about this kind of thing later. I need to quickly prepare the demon-killing tools to protect myself." "Usopp, use it on me too." "Woohoo." Chopper was also timid and had been frightened half to death. Just then a large ship sailed over in the distance. "Yo, oh, yo, oh. Appeared. Ghost ship. Everyone screamed in unison, except Lorraine and Robin. The big ship slowly approached. It couldn't be said to be sailing. It would be more accurate to say it was drifting, because although the ship was big, it was generally in tatters, with rotten wood everywhere. Accompanied by a burst of ethereal singing. Everyone except Lorraine was a little nervous, and Usopp and Chopper were even scared to tears. "What song is this? It must be the barcarolle of evil spirits. Cover your ears, don't listen, it will kill you. Ah, it's so scary." Chopper pulled off his hat and covered his face. Looking at the three living treasures next to him, a drop of sweat appeared on Lorraine's forehead. On the one hand, he is a talented person and bold, and on the other hand, he has already sensed the situation on the ship through seeing, hearing, and coloring, and there is indeed a person there. Coupled with these few songs, he already remembered what it was like to come here. There was nothing but Brook's old bones. It's a pity that this time only Nami and the others were scared to death. Luffy and the others were not scared at all, but more surprised. Even Robin showed no fear this time, and was even a little excited. She was quite interested in such mysterious things. Lorraine was originally ready to give her a big hug to hide, but it was a pity. Yo, oh, oh, oh. Yo, oh, oh, oh. The singing continued, and amidst the stunned expressions of the group of people, the big ship slowly passed by the sunshine. There's someone on board. If he's an enemy, kill him. Everyone could clearly see a skeleton with an explosive head leaning against the side of the ship. The jaw was still opening and closing, and there were sounds coming out. Binks's wine will be delivered to you. The skeleton sang and took a sip of the coffee in his hand, then continued singing. The waves are surging and I can swim with the wind and waves. The big ship gradually lengthened and drifted past, and Luffy and others also came to their senses. Hey, did you see it? The talking skeleton. It's still singing. Idiot, you must be hallucinating. How can a skeleton sing? Luffy didn't give up and ran to ask Sanji again, but they didn't want to talk at all. The shock just now was too much for them. Let's go over and have a look. Hey, wait for me. As Luffy spoke, he was about to rush over there, but Sanji grabbed him by the collar and said he couldn't let this guy go alone, not because he was in danger, but because he was afraid that he would mess up. On the other side, Zoro took out a handful of bamboo sticks. Let's draw lots to decide who goes with Luffy. Nami and the other three were dumbfounded. They never wanted to get on that ship. Why, whoever wants to go can go, we don't want to go. Are you sure? Take a look first and then talk. Nami and others turned around and saw everyone jumping on the side of the ship, looking eager to try, even Lorraine and the two were no exception. Lorraine, why do you also? Lorraine, who was holding Robin's small waist, looked back at Nami. Oh, baby, Robin said he is interested in that talking skeleton, I will take him to see it. After hearing this, Nami and others collapsed on the floor. Are we all going to go over? Then there are only 3 of us left on the boat. Let me draw lots, I like drawing lots the most. No, since Lorraine wants to go there, just let him keep an eye on Luffy. We don't need to draw lots either. Nami was smarter and grasped the key points of the matter in an instant, so that they would not have to go or be left alone on the boat. Zoro turned his head and took a look, and found that Lorraine had already jumped over with Robin in his arms using moonwalk. Even if he helps us keep an eye on Luffy, it's too late to tell now. No, Nami lay on the ground with a shrill voice, as if she had been run over by 100 wheels. Luffy couldn't help seeing Lorraine taking the lead. Hurry up, Lorraine is here. Otherwise, let me go alone. That's not possible. The skeleton doesn't know what's going on. What if you mess up and our ship is cursed? Isn't Lorraine over there? His attention is all on Miss Robin and he won't care about you, and their strength probably doesn't care about the curse. Sanji lit a cigarette and showed a melancholy expression. Zoro grabbed the bamboo stick and spoke again. Hurry up, otherwise we will really leave you on the boat later. Nami and others could only accept their fate and drew lots. The results showed that Luffy, Sanji, Nami and the other 3 were going to board the dilapidated pirate ship. Whoa, why is it me? It's so scary. Sanji hides love in his eyes. Don't worry, Miss Nami, I will protect you. Nami, yes, fortunately, Lorraine is also there. If there is danger, just hide behind him. Sanji, oops, it feels like myocardial infarction. 2 minutes ago, Lorraine hugged Robin and jumped onto the deck of Brook's ship. As soon as she got up, she saw Brook leaning on the side of the ship and looking at the 2 of them in surprise. He also looked at the 2 people in shock. He didn't understand how someone could run over from the air. However, the excitement of seeing the people made him suppress the shock in his heart and greeted the 2 people. Guyan, yo ho ho ho, I was really rude just now. I didn't say hello when I saw you. Lorraine had no reaction, and Robin became a little nervous and leaned against Lorraine. After all, the living skeleton was too weird, and she didn't know what kind of terrifying species it was. Brook kept talking. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I haven't seen a living person in how many years. Besides ghost ships, there are still ghost ships here. Come on, let's have a good chat. Lorraine finally understood that Brook was also crazy. Robin looked at this silly-looking skeleton and spoke carefully. Although I'm taking the liberty of visiting, can the four of you introduce yourselves first? Brooke glanced at Robin. Wow, this lady is so captivating and beautiful. This makes Lorraine very unhappy. Are you praising my wife in front of me? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. This is it. I am Brooke. Brooke died with only bones left. This beautiful lady, can you please let me see your underwear? Robin. Lorraine. It was shaved off with a swish. I think you're looking for a punch. It's a left and right hook. Brooke can't resist it at all, and his bones are cracked. One bag. Dama, you can't do it there. Please stop. If you hit me again, you will die, even though I am already dead. If it were normal, the people who harassed Robin would definitely be killed, because they really have evil ideas. But this Lorraine knew that he really just wanted to see his underwear, so he didn't really hit him, he just caused pain to the other person. Robin couldn't help laughing when he saw Lorraine, who was riding on Brooke and punching wildly. Luffy and the three of them heard the conversation above when they were halfway up, but it turned into begging for mercy. They didn't know what was going on, so they could only speed up. Then as soon as they climbed up they saw Lorraine fighting skeletons. Luffy and Sanji were both stunned and forgot to step forward to stop him. Hey, wait a minute, Lorraine. We can't fight. Our ship will be cursed. Hearing this, Lorraine glanced here and stopped when she felt that she had hit enough. At this time, Brooke's head was already full of bruises. Robin looked back at Nami and the others. Well, little Nami, you are here too. What's going on, Sister Robin? How could Uncle Lorraine hit him? Who is he? Why didn't you stop him? Maybe it's because he just said some rude words, and he just hit him. How is that possible? This thing is probably an evil spirit. Maybe we will all be cursed. Stop scaring you, Sister Robin. You just called me uncle again, right? Lorraine teleported over and gave Nami a brain-destroying blow, and then returned to Robin. Nami was so angry that she wanted to fight him, but because they were too close to Brooke, she didn't dare to go there, so she hid behind Sanji. At this time, Brooke stood up with a bag on her head and spoke to Robin. Sorry, I was rude just now. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. Look, that's right, this skeleton with an afro can really talk. Well, it's unbelievable, and it's full of bumps. Brooke also looked over after hearing this, and then spotted Nami. Wow, what a lucky day it is today, there is another beautiful young lady here. When Nami saw that he noticed her, the fear that had just been suppressed surged into her heart again, and she couldn't help but take a step back. I can't hold myself back when I see a beautiful woman, even though I have no eyes, yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. As he spoke, Brooke straightened the tie that Lorraine had just messed up, and polished his leather shoes. This beautiful lady, can you let me see your underwear? Originally, Nami was wondering why this skeleton was so formal, but she finally asked this question. Suddenly, he became angry and kicked Brooke on the head, adding a bag to his bag. Sanji, I know why when I first saw Lorraine beating him. Oh ho ho ho, it's so powerful, it's the same as the one hit by the gentleman just now. It hurts to the bone, even though I only have bones. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. Luffy was very nervous and didn't know what fear was. He just thought that the skull with an explosive head in front of him was very funny. Hey, let me tell you, can you poop? Sanji's eyes bulged. What did you ask? Can you ask me something useful? Brooke stood up after hearing this, walked aside, picked up his crutches and coffee cup, then returned to where he was and stood at attention. Well, I know how to poop. Other people, don't answer this question so formally, forget it. First of all, you are obviously a skeleton. Why are you still alive and able to speak? What is the situation in this sea area? What will happen if you stay here any longer? Now, answer me honestly. Sanji gritted his teeth and asked a bunch of questions to Brooke. Before Brooke could speak, Luffy gave him a tug. We'll talk about that kind of thing later. You can be my partner. Nami Sanji. Yeah, sure, Nami Sanji. Lorraine. Oh, I have seen through everything. Luffy. Ha 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 ha. Yo ho ho ho. Hello everyone. I have caused trouble to everyone. I am Brooke who died with only bones left. Please give me some advice. Are you kidding? What the hell is this? Everyone said in unison. Except for Chopper, who was so frightened that he was lying on the ground holding the cross. Usopp quickly rushed into the cabin and prepared the rosary and garlic cross. The evil spirit is gone, the evil spirit is gone. Huh, evil spirit, where is it? Where is it? Brook looked left and right but didn't notice that Chopper Usopp pointed the cross at Brook. It's you. Are you kidding? How could there be a skeleton that can talk and walk? This must be a dream. Chopper. Great, it's a dream. As he spoke, he lay down on the grass on the deck. Moses, get up quickly. Good morning. Chopper opened his eyes and was frightened to see the skull soul so close. Ah, it's so noisy. Hey, Luffy, what the hell is this? Zoro was numb and turned around to yell at Luffy. Luffy was completely unaware of the vice captain's anger and instead spoke with a smile on his face. He's very interesting. I've already invited him to be our companion. What do you mean already? Who would agree? You too. Didn't you agree to keep an eye on Luffy? Why are you letting him act like this? Nami and Sanji covered their faces in the face of Zoro's questioning. Stop talking, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Lorraine didn't know how many photos he took, but the smile on his face never stopped. There was no normal person on this boat, and he almost died laughing. Robin looked at his movements and covered his mouth and snickered. Lorraine had this habit since he was a child. Then, let's invite everyone in for a meal. Brook walked a few steps and stretched out his hand, pointing to the cabin. Everyone. Why should you decide? Luffy. Ha 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 ha. Lorraine was not very clear about what happened next. He and Robin had no plans to eat and went directly back to their Demon Plus. Lorraine. What's wrong? You seem to know something about that skeleton. After spending more than 20 years together, Robin knows Lorraine better than anyone else. Judging from today's reaction, he definitely understands this skeleton. Well, I know something, this guy is also a poor person. How to say, he is also an ability user. He died for a long time before being resurrected due to his fruit ability. However, his body had already rotted, so he became a skeleton and has been drifting alone on the sea for a long time. Robin, what's wrong? How do you know so clearly? Well, I've been here before and overheard it. Granny Kokoluo and the others also know that there is a skeleton here. Oh, indeed. She casually asked a few questions and stopped pursuing it. The abilities of devil fruits in this world are all kinds of strange. She had already seen a lot of them with Lorraine. Since she is a user with fruit abilities, there is nothing surprising. Although only Luffy was interested in Brook, this guy was the captain. Although everyone else had opinions, they all retained their opinions. Before Brook did something that hurt everyone, he obeyed the captain in everything and entertained Brook warmly. Lorraine wasn't very clear about this, because it was really noisy in the kitchen, so she simply turned off the information, and she was having with Robin at the moment. Robin couldn't stand this guy. At first, he just squeezed his hands, then it turned into squeezing his shoulders, and then he started squeezing Emperor Shui Mei. Grab this guy's paw. You want to mess around again in broad daylight, don't you? Lorraine looked up at the sky and then at Robin. Although according to normal time, it was still daytime, this place was almost like nighttime all year round. Robin didn't know what he meant, so he grabbed Lorraine's ears angrily. We don't know what's going on here, so don't mess around. Oh, Lorraine responded aggrievedly, turning her grief and anger into appetite. Robin, are you hungry? Why don't you go to Luffy's place and get something to eat? It's boring to stay here anyway. I'm a little hungry, but I want to eat those glacier fish you brought up. Okay, take it over and let Sanji cook it. Luffy had already begun to eat, his mouth filled with all kinds of octopus delicacies. Luffy, Brook, were you still in the fish pond just now? Can you keep fish on the boat? Luffy, Brook, see gooey, that's amazing. Luffy, Brook, oh ho ho. I must have a good visit later. Other people, what kind of weird encrypted call is this? Maybe it's a language unique to idiots. Zoro took a bite of takoyaki and told the truth. The others nodded in agreement. Yo, you're eating. Is it okay for us to join in too? Lorraine appeared at the door carrying a white tuna about 10 meters long. I even brought the ingredients, so I threw the white tuna towards Sanji. Of course it's no problem. I called you just now and you didn't come. We're almost finished eating. Luffy mumbled while chewing octopus fried rice, then turned to Sanji. Sanji was a little confused looking at the white tuna in his hand. Glacier tuna. How do you get this? What glacier tuna? Glacier tuna, as the name suggests, is a tuna that only exists in glacial waters, and it only lives in the deep sea below 3,000 meters. It is extremely difficult to catch, and even World Noble has difficulty in enjoying this fish, but the meat is extremely delicious and is one of the best fish in the world. Red bean puree. When Luffy heard this, his eyes immediately burst into intense light, and his saliva flowed directly to the table. The eyes of others also shone brightly, obviously they were tempted. Even Lorraine didn't expect this kind of fish to be so precious. He just wanted to find some special fish, and then he dived a little deeper. Quick, quick, I want to eat too. Ah, weren't you just full? I can still eat it. Sanji rolled his eyes and looked at Lorraine and said, "Don't worry, leave this fish to me and I will definitely use it to make something unique in the world." Sanji's expression became more serious than ever before. This kind of ingredient is a dream for any chef. The first thing that came up was a piece of sashimi. Lorraine took a bite and felt that it was indeed good. It was just like the belly of the bluefin tuna he had eaten in his previous life, but it was softer and smoother and melted in his mouth. But he doesn't like sashimi very much, he prefers cooked food. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't care about that much, just used chopsticks in one hand and sauce in the other, drooling while eating. Lorraine. A thought popped into his head. Hey, don't drool everywhere. SMI Marseille. Sanji's craftsmanship is very good. He even used up all the bones of this precious ingredient. Lorraine was very satisfied with the food, and Robin even ate more, which was rare. Nothing happened at all. Brook chatted with everyone after eating. What is the condition of the underworld fruit you are talking about? This is a long story, tisk tisk, hiss. In fact, I already died once a few decades ago. Brook took a toothpick and picked his teeth while looking and talking, burping or farting from time to time. It's funny, but Lorraine can't stand this situation because it's so sloppy. So he took Robin and left the sunshine and returned to the Demon Plus. In this open environment, the voices of Luffy and others could be heard clearly, and the exclamations and roars that came from time to time were filled with black lines. They are really lively. Robin smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind his ears. He also found a position to lie on his side next to Lorraine, holding his chin and staring at him. How much fun do young people with two pussy have? Lorraine put his hands behind his head and said with a hint of sarcasm. He. Lorraine was about to say something when she suddenly looked towards the side of the ship with sharp eyes. Robin also noticed it and looked over as well. At the same time, the two ships shook, as if they hit a rock. In the kitchen of the sunshine, Brook let out a scream. Ghost, ghost. Then came Chopper's screams and Luffy's excited shouts. Lorraine and the two also saw several translucent shadows floating in the air. Robin was a little scared this time and got directly into Lorraine's arms. Lorraine. His eyes never left the position on the side of the ship. He clearly felt that there was someone there, and he moved a few steps to the side under his gaze. Brook rushed to the bow of the sunshine. Does it mean that this ship has been monitored? This is inside the door, go and take a look behind it. Everyone in the kitchen was still wondering. When they saw Brook rushing towards the Devil Plus again, they immediately followed him out. Brook stepped across the components connecting the two ships and landed on the deck of the Devil Plus. Looking at Lorraine who was sitting on the lounge chair, the two of them suddenly stood upright and then bowed. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, he took a few more steps to the stern of the boat, and Luffy and others followed. What are you doing, idiot? Didn't you see the vibration and ghost just now? I saw it, so what? Are you scared? Zoro gritted his teeth. What did he say? How could he be afraid? Just as he was about to retort, he noticed that Lorraine and Robin were both staring at an open space. Ah, what are you looking at? Nothing. Yeah. Zoro was a little suspicious, but there was indeed nothing in that direction. After taking another look, he came to the stern of the Devil Plus. In a daze, he seemed to see Lorraine's figure flashing, but he didn't pay much attention. Did you pick up bottles from the sea? That. We picked it up. Brook suddenly understood. I see, that makes sense. It was a trap. From that moment on, you were targeted. Why are you being targeted? Why is there an island here? Luffy and others didn't know why. Looking at the various buildings, trees and land in front of them, they subconsciously thought that this was an island. No, this is not an island, but a thriller bark floating on the sea. Because it is too big, it is not an exaggeration to call it a ghost island. Thriller bark, At this time, Nami also raised the record pointer and took a look. Indeed, although it looked like an island, there was no magnetic field, so it must not be an island. How lucky I am today. Not only did I meet you, but my wish also came true. Brook said as he picked up his crutches and jumped onto the side of the boat. You should find a way to destroy the door at the back and escape. You must not board this ship. I am very happy to meet you. The food is very delicious. Thank you. See you again in the future. Yo ho 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 ho. After saying that, he jumped directly. Hey, why did he jump down? He must be a capable person. Everyone was surprised when they heard a burst of excitement coming from the bottom of the boat, and they quickly stretched out their heads to take a look. Then Brook was seen running on the sea. Sea gooey. Running on the sea. After watching Brook go away, Nami came back to her senses and looked at Luffy. Anyway, Luffy, just do as he says, this place is really weird. However, Luffy was already full of yearning for the upcoming adventure. Since there are moving skeletons here, there must be something more fun. He turned around and looked at Nami with the big white fang. Ah, what did you just say? Nami Usopp. He wants to go up. Zoro looked around, and Lorraine and Robin were no longer staring at the empty space. Because while Brook and the others were chatting at the stern of the boat, Lorraine had already kicked the invisible man away. God knows how much Absalom doubts life. He is a user with the ability of the transparent fruit of Paramesha and can become invisible. I wanted to come over today to see this new batch of prey, but I ended up suffering a shadow that will last a lifetime. As soon as he got on the boat, it was as if his fruit power had expired and he was stared at by two people, especially the man. Being stared at by him was even more penetrating than being stared at by a wild beast. At first, he was still taking a chance, thinking that he climbed up and made a sound that caused the two people to look at his position. In addition, the woman on the boat was extremely beautiful. Although she was not his cup of tea, she did not get any advantage. He doesn't want to leave. Then he tried to move 2 steps to the side, and found that the eyes of the two people also moved with him. At this time, he already wanted to retreat. It happened that at this time Brook, Luffy and others came over and gave him a chance. He felt that he could take advantage of this opportunity to escape first, and then slowly take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, just when Luffy and the others ran towards the stern of the ship and Lorraine turned his eyes, he moved. However, before he could run 3 meters away, the man's figure appeared in front of him, and then he kicked him in the stomach. Superior. Then he flew out, and the man still kicked into the sea. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have confessed today, but even so, at least 7 or 8 ribs were broken. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty and limped towards the center of the 3 sailboats. You have to hurry up and get to Lord Moria. There is a very troublesome person among the prey this time. Looking at Luffy again, he had already picked up the net and cage, and was excited to catch the ghost he just saw and raise it. Can anyone advise him? Lorraine. We're ready to go up too. Why? Because baby Robin also wants to go up and have a look. Sister Robin, it's very interesting here. I want to see what the ghost looks like. Nami. After a while of commotion, he finally obeyed the captain's advice and prepared to land on the island. Frankie took out his treasured mini version of the Mary. As soon as this thing came out, Nami and the others' fear was immediately diluted. They excitedly boarded the mini version of the melee and charged it out with a whoosh, leaving a burst of excited shouts in the air. However, not even half a minute after they rushed out, there was a sudden scream. What's wrong, Miss Nami, are you okay? Could it be that he was cursed by an evil spirit? Lorraine. The 3 sailboats were large, but not as large as an island. From Lorraine's perspective, nothing happened to the 3 of them, they simply fell into a ditch. Don't worry, they are fine. Lorraine's words reassured them a lot. After all, Lorraine's power was obvious to all. Rather than this, let's find a way to get ashore. It's not a problem for the ship to stay here forever. Well, that makes sense. This task is left to you. Luffy and others. What about you? Lorraine did not answer but told them with actions that he and Robin were going to run away. A princess hugged Robin, launched moonwalk, left the ship in a few steps, and rushed straight to the island. This guy, how can it be repaired? This guy is so happy. So cunning. Lorraine, ignoring the few people behind him, he disappeared from the eyes of Luffy and others in a few ups and downs. With a click, Lorraine landed firmly on the ground and put Robin down. Robin baby, where do you want to go? I don't know. Let's take a walk first. It's boring to stay on the boat all the time. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? It's harmful. Just stroll around and treat it as a tourist. What dangers can there be in this place? The two of them were chatting and walking towards the center of the thriller bark. In Lorraine's perception, Moria was in the center. Go and have tea with him. Huh, what is this? It's kind of cute. The place they were in was a forest. As they were walking, Robin suddenly exclaimed that she saw a strange creature. In the perception of sight and color, there are many animals in this forest, but the specific appearance cannot be sensed. Looking in the direction of Robin's finger, Lorraine's face darkened, although baby Robin's aesthetics were strange to him. I was already prepared, but this time I was surprised. What comes into view is a person with a dog's body, but a pig's head, and a snake's tail. This thing has nothing to do with cuteness, right? It seems that after finding Moria, we have to talk about aesthetic issues. Most of these weird things are abnormal and must be very dirty. Be good, let's not touch them. As he said that, he pulled Robin forward, wanting to stay away from the monster with a pig head, a dog body, and a snake tail. Robin rolled his eyes. Are you treating me like a child? I want to catch it. As soon as my little hand moves, the strange animal is restrained and thrown towards the two people. Lorraine, Robin, hee. Okay, he just tried to deceive her, and if she wants to catch her, just catch her. It's just that there's really nothing to study about this thing. It's just that Moria used the fruit's ability to inject shadow into the put-together body. Strictly speaking, they are zombies, but they are somewhat different from the zombies people imagine. They do not suck blood or eat people, and they also have a certain degree of intelligence. Lorraine stretched out his hand and caught the thrown monster in his hand. He looked around and saw stitching marks everywhere, which made him feel even more disgusted. How ugly. Robin took the pig's head from Lorraine's hand with great interest, turned it over and inspected it several times, and was able to distinguish the male from the female. She was very interested in such strange things. Lorraine, what kind of creature is this? Someone obviously sewed this up for them. If you cut off your head and sew it back up, you will die, right? Why is this person still alive? Could it be that he was cursed by the devil? Death is indeed death, but because the fruit's power can still be used, there is no devil's curse. How can it be? Brooke, you haven't seen everything, what else is impossible? Yeah. But it's really cute, don't you think? Robin suddenly raised the pig's head towards Lorraine and almost kissed him. The distance between his face and the pig's nose was less than 5 centimeters. Lorraine, believe it or not, I will spank you tonight. He calmly avoided the approaching pig head and coughed. Ahem, don't worry about this. There is a perverted murderous doctor here who likes to kill all kinds of creatures and then put them together again. Is it awesome? Of course he's not that powerful, Luffy can beat several of them. Then let's go. As soon as Robin pulled him forward, he swelled forward and lost the suture pig in his hand. What are you going to do? Looking for a perverted doctor, I want to see how he sews up. These animals are so interesting, I want to keep them. Lorraine suddenly felt that taking Robin aboard this 3-masted sailboat was a wrong choice. Although he had the attribute of being sinister, it was no longer just a sinister thing. It's a bit perverted. Just when Lorraine was thinking wildly, there was a burst of heart-rending screams from behind. It's Nami and the others. Well, they're fine. They were just scared by the animal just now. Are you really not worried? Don't worry, when will I? I won't lie to you. Robin responded with a teasing expression, and the two of them walked forward again, and soon came to the outside of a manor, where many tombstones were erected. As the two people walked around, the sound of ho, ho, sounded around them, and Robin's footsteps suddenly stopped. What? Zombies. Oh, let's go then. The zombies buried underground clearly heard what the two people said. Wasai. You two somehow don't think highly of us. Brothers, come on. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies jumped up from the ground, and Lorraine didn't even bother to look. He snapped his fingers with a pop sound, and then saw more than a dozen lightning flashes in the air. The soldiers who had leapt high just now turned into a line of white ash and fell to the ground. Their bodies are already in decay, but if they are forced into shadows and then driven by shadows, how can they withstand such a level of lightning attack? The remaining zombies didn't dare to move at that time and just lay dormant. Forget it. If you don't like it, just look down on it. Please walk slowly, this boss. In this way, the two people arrived at the gate of the manor unimpeded. Right here, that perverted doctor. Yeah. After hearing this, Robin went up and pushed the door, only to find that it was motionless. Just as he was about to speak, Lorraine kicked the door open with a bang. You're welcome, just kick him in. Then he swaggered into the living room and looked around. Apart from some hangings and weapons on the wall, there was only a table in the middle of the hall. Nothing. Don't worry, it will happen. Just wait. With that said, Lorraine sat on the only table in the living room. At the same time, on the other side of the manor, Moria's subordinate Dr. Hogubik was treating Absalom's wounds. Idiot, didn't you say you were going to find a new prey to see if there is a woman suitable to be a bride? How did you end up like this? What a trouble. Ah, there are two strange people among the prey this time. They seem to be able to detect my position. The invisibility ability does not work on them, especially the man. How can it be? Hogbark looked in disbelief. At this moment, a zombie suddenly popped out of the painting next to it. Lord Hogback, someone broke in. Those two people are so scary. Nani. Hogubik was shocked, and Absalom, who was lying on the operating table, also sat up. It was not so easy to break in here. Come on, Sindori-chan, follow me out for a look. I am coming too. Wait a minute, just stay here. You went out just now. It wouldn't be fun if you were recognized. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Well, that's right, Moria will wake up soon. After speaking, Absalom lay back down again, and Hogbark took Sindori out, all the way to the outermost hall. Then he saw a young man sitting with his back to him at the table where he usually ate, and a woman staring at the painting on the wall. The zombies in the painting were trembling all over. Just as Hogubak looked at the two people, Lorraine and Robin also noticed someone coming. When he turned around, he saw a man standing behind him who looked like he had limbs and a head growing out of a rice dumpling. Next to him was a tall woman wearing scantily clad clothes, but her exposed skin was covered with sutures. Buddha, 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 welcome to my home, you. Before Hogubik finished speaking, a pile of plates appeared in Sindori's hand next to her. Man, Sinai, hey, Sindori-chan, sack. Sindori completely ignored Hogbark and started throwing the plate. Lorraine wanted to be cool at first, doing a Thomas pirouette on the table like Shu Changqing to avoid Nightshade's sword. But this idea was immediately abandoned, because through what he saw and heard, he predicted that Thomas could not dodge any of his maneuvers, and all the plates passed through his head. It must be said that Sindori's accuracy was still very good. She simply stood there motionless, and without any question, Sindori passed through Lorraine's body with all 10 plates. I see, is this guy a user of Logia's ability? Although I don't know what his ability is, Lord Moria can definitely kill him. Hogubik was dumbfounded and thought to himself at the same time. He didn't know if he was pretending to be dumbfounded. It was different from what he thought in his heart. Hogback calmed down his expression. Sorry, this woman is the housekeeper here, and she hates men. I apologize to both of you for her rude behavior. Lorraine and the two had expressionless faces. Lorraine decided to act cold for a while because she couldn't be cool with Thomas. Robin didn't know why. Hogback was embarrassed when he saw two people ignoring him. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the world-famous Dr. Hogback, known as a genius. I wonder what you two are doing here. Lorraine still didn't speak, but when Robin heard this, he turned his head and looked at Hogubik and said something shocking. Are you the perverted doctor who sewed all kinds of animals together? Upon hearing this, Hogubak's eyes widened suddenly, he stepped back several times, and cold sweat appeared on his face. How do you know? Seeing his reaction, Robin immediately understood that it was really him who did it, and once again made a shocking statement. I want to see how you sew up the bodies and make them move. What a joke. Kill them. Sindori. Usopp gave an order, and Sindori appeared injured again with a large stack of plates, and then threw it at the two people crazily. But it was of no use. This time, all the plates were caught by Robin using his abilities. How can we repair it? Give them all to me. This time, everything with a face in the room moved, including the huge bear skin spread on the ground. A riot of purple and red. All the zombies that moved had hands growing on their bodies, clasping their joints. Twist roll. All the zombies made the sound of bones breaking, and then collapsed to the ground. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. What a fierce woman, but it's useless. You must have passed that cemetery when you came here, right? Although I don't know how you got here, you should at least know that attacks of this level are useless. They are all zombies. They can still move even if their heads are lost. No matter what secrets you know, let's die here together. Kill them. Kakaka. Hogback ordered again. The zombie that had just been twisted into a knot by Robin convulsed on the ground, making various noises from the friction of its joints, and then stood up with a violent howl. This time Robin did not activate his ability again, but directly put down his hand and looked at him with a smile. It wasn't that she couldn't deal with this group of zombies, just break them into pieces, but it was too troublesome, so she could just leave it to Lorraine. Have you given up resistance? That's right. The outcome is the same anyway. This way I can concentrate on dealing with the Logia user next to you. Logia's ability users also have weaknesses. Let me see what kind of abilities you have. Buddha type, Buddha type, Buddha type. With Hogbark's proud smile, all the zombies rushed towards Lorraine. Lorraine did nothing else and just snapped his fingers. A few flashes of lightning flashed in the air, and then all the zombies were reduced to ashes amid screams. When they were reduced to ashes, there were two-dimensional black shadows on the ground scattering in all directions. How can it be repaired? It turns out to be the power of thunder and lightning. How about it? Is there any other way? I can die without you. Lorraine spoke coldly. Hogback's heart was broken, and all the ordinary zombies had been killed. If these two people wanted to kill him, he couldn't resist. After all, he was just a doctor, so he immediately shouted loudly. Ryuma Samurai, come out. Whoa, a wall behind the two people suddenly shattered, and the sound made the two people turn back. Yo ho ho ho. Guyan, Robin, Lorraine. Haha, I have seen through everything. I saw a tall zombie wearing a kimono, wooden clogs, a bandage on his head, and his hair tied like Yasuo slowly walked in from behind the broken wall. Buddha type, Buddha type. This Ryoma is an extremely powerful swordsman from the New World, Wano country. He is a zombie general who surpasses other ordinary zombies. Hogback calmed down a lot after seeing Ryoma appear. Ryoma's combat power is currently the strongest among all zombies. Ryoma slowly walked towards the two people. Wow, what a stunning lady. Lorraine, Robin. This conversation seems a bit familiar. Robin looked at Lorraine. Isn't this really the perverted skeleton? Obviously not. The shadow of the skeleton is on him. Hogback, who was still watching them with interest, changed his expression after hearing this. They know too much, and Lord Moria's troubles will be greatly increased in the future. Ryoma, kill them for me. Hogback's order was taken seriously. Ryoma immediately stopped harassing Robin after hearing it. In a sense, he lived a little longer. He pulled out the famous sword Chushui hanging on his waist and walked directly past the two Luo Lin. When Usopp saw this scene, a smile appeared directly on his face. After seeing that Lorraine and the two did not make any move, the curve of the corner of his mouth took on a sarcastic tone. Ryoma slowly sheathed his sword. Baije sanding sword tail slash. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. How ignorant. The moment Ryoma sheathed his sword, Hogback laughed directly, but he realized something was wrong before he even laughed for 3 seconds. Because there was no sound of two people falling to the ground. Looking closely, Lorraine and Robin stood unscathed. Is there something wrong with him? That should be the case. Didn't you already say that he is a perverted doctor? It is normal to be sick. Yeah, that's right. Hogback's jaw almost hit the ground. How can it be? Even Ryoma, who is a zombie, finds it incredible. He has never failed this move before. No way. You even know about the country of Wano, but you don't know about armed color haki. If this is the living great swordsman Shimotsuki Ryoma, we may not be able to withstand it with just haki. This corpse is not even a swordsman, and it still wants to hurt us. Hogback gritted his teeth. How could this guy be so domineering and know Ryoma's full name? He was told by Moria. Could it be that he is also from the New World? Then we are in trouble now. The same goes for Ryoma, who has Brook's shadow beside him. He has never failed in this move. Today was the first time that someone had cracked it and he was still unscathed, which made him feel a huge challenge. This time without Huo Gubak's order, he took the initiative to draw his famous sword Chushui again and rushed towards Lorraine. Lorraine didn't bring a knife when she came here, so she just pushed it with her hand, but she didn't take it seriously, but she was playing with the mentality of cat and mouse. Anyone who can be defeated by Zoro in this period cannot be much stronger no matter how strong he is. Shimotsuki Ryoma himself has domineering power, but Brook's shadow cannot be used. Everyone on the side looked dumbfounded. Huo Gubak was sweating heavily. He gave Sindori another order and then yanked the lamp holder next to him. Then a passage suddenly appeared on the intact wall on the other side, and Hogubak prepared to retreat from the passage without hesitation. But Robin hasn't seen what he wants to see yet, so how can he get his wish? 12 flowers bound. Hogback, who was about to run away, was restrained by the hands growing out of his body. How can we repair it? I can't move. Sindori-chan. Hogback, whose limbs and neck were strangled, subconsciously called out to Sindori. After receiving no response, he turned his head hard and saw that Sindori was in the same situation as him. Lorraine, stop playing. If you play again, they will run away. Okay, here we go. Lorraine, who was fighting back and forth with Ryoma, heard Robin's call and immediately turned around and responded. At the same time, his fingers were still moving wildly, blocking the autumn water that Ryoma was slashing at. Baby Robin, I'm impatient, so please disappear for a while. As he spoke, Mingtu Chushui blocked Ryoma again, and landed on his waist with a side kick. Then Ryoma flew out directly, crashed through 2 walls, and flew towards the forest without losing momentum, and then disappeared. There was movement. Lorraine walked slowly to Hogback, who was held by Robin. How about a perverted doctor? Do you have anything else awesome to show? Hogback was about to speak, but he didn't have time to speak. Robin took out a scalpel from nowhere and directly covered it with the armed domineering force, and pressed it against Hogback's chin, because this guy has no neck. If you are not honest, I will cut you up too. I heard that there used to be a punishment called lingchi, which can remove all the flesh from a person and get a complete skeleton. Lorraine on the side couldn't help but trembled after hearing this. After all, baby Robin seems to have awakened incredible attributes again. Huo Gubak trembled all over after hearing this. Wow. This girl seems to be a little more perverted than me. No, I actually have no malicious intentions. I must have misunderstood just now. This beautiful lady wants to visit my operating room, right? No problem, of course no problem. Robin looked back at Lorraine speechlessly, his eyes seeming to say, is this really that perverted doctor? Why does he have no backbone at all? Lorraine shrugged. He didn't understand either. Generally speaking, perverts are very stubborn, but the two of them didn't have too much entanglement. Robin had already escorted Hogback and asked him to take the two of them to the operating room. Wait a minute, I'm old, don't be too rude, it will hurt. Along the way, Hogback tried various methods to make the two Lorraine relax their vigilance so that he could find opportunities to escape, but they all failed. 3 people plus a zombie Sindori came to Hogback's laboratory. As for Absalom, he originally wanted to make a sneak attack when several people were fighting. But when he saw that Lorraine could spin Ryoma around with just one finger, he quietly slipped away. He was going to report to Moria and let Moria take care of these 2 people. There happened to be a corpse being spliced here in Hogubak's laboratory. Under the power of the 2 people, Hogubak completed his corpse stitching operation in humiliation. Needless to say, Hogback was indeed a genius surgeon. If it weren't for the sutures, it would have been impossible to tell that the body was spliced together. This is done. Robin, that's it. Is this the end? Don't fool me, I'm telling you, the one next to me is still moving. It seemed that he was afraid that Robin and the two would be angry, so Usopp gave a special explanation. Well, I'm just responsible for sewing. I don't have the ability to make him move. It must be done by Lord Moria. Robin was greatly disappointed after hearing this. She thought that this perverted doctor's ability could make the corpse move, and he would only do it for a long time as a part-time job. As for the Moria mentioned by Usopp, she had also heard about it. She knew all the characters on the sea better than Lorraine after so many years at sea. However, Lorraine forgot a lot because she couldn't remember the plot and didn't like to read. Moonlight Moria, Shichibukai, it's nothing special, her Lorraine used to hit Shichibukai just like hitting a child. Anata, here, what's going on? Normally, only Lorraine always calls her Robin, baby. Robin always calls Lorraine by his first name. When there are only two of them, Robin rarely calls her husband, except when sleeping. A sudden shout here made Lorraine immediately energetic. I'm very curious about this ability to make corpses stand up. Would you like to accompany me to find Moria again? No problem. Let's go. Usopp, who was on the side, forgot to be afraid when he heard this, and looked at the two people in astonishment. Aren't they afraid of death? They actually want to find Lord Moria. That's fine. It would be easier for them to seek death themselves. At this time, Lorraine, who had pulled Robin to the door, stopped. By the way, forget about these two. Baby Robin, how do you think we can deal with these two? Or should we kill them? Hearing this, Usopp was shocked and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't, please don't do that. I was forced to do this too. Lord Moria asked me to do all this. After saying that, he lay on the ground, holding his head in his hands and trembling. It's so shameful. He's not worthy of being a man. It's better to be killed as soon as possible. Sindori on the side made a ruthless stab, and Hogbuck suddenly got stuck. Lorraine, a double act, and your sophistry words for mercy are all loopholes, okay. However, facing Hogback, who was not only spineless but also had almost zero combat effectiveness, Lorraine really couldn't bring up the desire to kill him. Forget it, killing this kind of person is too cheap. Just a small punishment and a big warning will be enough. Well, it's up to you to decide. Robin expressed no objection and would support Lorraine even if he wanted to kill her. Lorraine nodded, and a bolt of lightning flew out and hit Hogback. His whole body was charred black and he couldn't even scream. It wasn't that the current was too strong. On the contrary, this bolt of lightning had less than 100,000 volts. This guy is too weak. Sindori, on the other hand, turned directly into ashes, and a black shadow floated out of the ashes and flew into the distance. Then Lorraine pulled Robin away and walked straight towards the main mast in the center of the three-masted sailboat. Because in his perception, there was a person there from the beginning, and he had never moved. He was probably sleeping. In this place, there is probably no one else but Moria. Not long after the two people left, three people came here tremblingly. They felt a warmth when they looked at the open door and the light coming from the room. These three people are none other than the Dusty Nami, Chopper and Usopp. No matter what, seeing lights in such a scary place is a huge psychological comfort. Anyone there? Excuse me, we are coming in. Alas, there is no one. The three people walked into the room, but found no one. There was only some strange-shaped powder on the ground, many blank photo frames hanging on the wall, and the fireplace next to it was still burning. No one. What's going on with the light? Who knows? Let's look around first. Wait a minute, Nami. It's not good for us to break in like this and rummage through other people's homes. Will the housekeepers kick us out if they find out? Chopper said hesitantly. It was obvious that someone lived here. It was always not good to break into someone else's house and run away. Don't worry, I'll tell them when the master comes back. Oh, Chopper agreed hesitantly, and then looked around cautiously. Finally, the charred Hogback was found in the back room. Chopper couldn't help it when he saw the wounded, and immediately stepped forward to treat Hogback. Chudo, Chopper. Ah, what's wrong, Nami? Look at the scars on his body. Do you think they were caused by electric shock? The three people looked at it again, and then said in unison, Did Lorraine do it? Nami. That's it, that guy is much faster than us. We were besieged by zombies just now and didn't come to save us. This sentence resonated with Usopp and Chopper, and they immediately agreed. That's right, that's right. The same thing happened when I was chased by a hellhound just now. It was too much. When you get back, you must give him some color to see. Usopp waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Lorraine. Nami Chopper. We are talking to Lorraine, are you simply living enough? Tell me, is there a possibility? Can he hear it? No. It can't be. Usopp winced and looked around suspiciously. He can really hear it. After eating the thunder fruit, that guy can hear the conversations of the entire island just like Enel. Usopp lost all color on the spot. He could already imagine how sad his life would be in the future. My condolences, Usopp. Chopper patted his thigh understandingly. In fact, he wanted to pat his shoulder, but couldn't reach it before he transformed. Then he turned around and squatted down, and began to treat Hogback's wound. Chopper, since Lorraine has taken action, this guy must be an enemy. Why do you still want to save him? Chopper answered while treating Hogback's wounds. Nami, I am a doctor. There is an injured person in front of me right now. If I don't save him, I am not qualified to be a qualified doctor. Nami said nothing after hearing this. She knew the character of this group of friends very well. Once she decided on something, she would complete it even if she died. Moreover, this guy seemed to be someone who lived here. She also had many things she wanted to know. It was better to ask someone than to run around blindly. Now she just hopes that this guy won't have fighting power when he wakes up, and even if he does, he won't be that difficult to deal with. Facts have proved that God still favors them, because Hogback really has no fighting ability. After Chopper's treatment, Hogback woke up quickly. It hurts, guy, you're so cruel. Then I saw the three Nami standing in the distance with wary faces. Who are you and how did you get into my house? Ah, we came in while the door was still open. Yes, and we saved you, didn't you even say a word of thanks? Hearing this, Usopp took a look at his body and saw that he had indeed been healed. Then he rolled his eyes and then pretended to apologize to a few people. I'm sorry, I'm just a little surprised to see you all appear at my house. Thank you for saving me, Sindori-chan. Usopp subconsciously called Sindori, but found that Sindori was not there, and then he looked around, and finally found the pile of dust in the corner, and his eyes were splitting. Sindori-chan. My Sindori-chan. He dared to kill my beloved Sindori. Ah. Hogback looked like he was crazy, and Nami and the other three were trembling with fear. Hey, why don't we leave? This guy seems to be crazy. Yes, I think so too. The three people agreed and quietly moved to the side. This movement attracted the attention of Usopp, who immediately rushed towards the three people. Yeah, don't come over. Wait, reinforcement. Must kill Gunpowder Star. Wow. Usopp was directly beaten to the ground by the two people. Nami 3 people. This guy really has no fighting ability. Hogback, who was knocked out, was a little more awake at this time, but the anger of losing Sindori Zombie did not weaken at all. I'm sorry, I just remembered some bad things and I lost control of my mood. Don't be nervous, I'm fine now. You probably came here to avoid the monsters outside. Don't worry, it's safe here and they can't get in. Facing the pleasant-looking Usopp and Nami, the three of them did not let down their vigilance much, because this guy was beaten by Lorraine. Compared to the people on the other side, they believed that Lorraine would not attack an ordinary person for no reason, but they could also take this opportunity to get more information. On the other side, Lorraine and the two walked all the way to where Moria was. They didn't encounter many obstacles along the way. At the beginning, some zombies would attack, but without exception, they all turned into ashes. The journey went smoothly to Moria's boudoir, room. Dozens of zombies of various shapes have gathered here, and Moria has been woken up by the zombies, and Absalom is also here. As soon as Lorraine and the two came in, a big light lit up behind them, illuminating the shadows of the two people far away, even to the feet of Moria. Are you the ones who dare to come here? Lorraine looked at Moria and felt that this person looked like a head of garlic. Hey, I have a question for you. Seeing that Lorraine and the two were silent, Moria said something again, and then Lorraine spoke. As soon as he spoke, Moria almost fell off the bed in shock. You. Daughter from the Kazuki family, right? The hair on Moria's body stood up, and he took several steps back on the bed, hitting the head of the bed at the back before stopping. The expression on his face was extremely frightened, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Even the scissors that had been quietly hidden behind his back were thrown out, and Lorraine caught them in his hand. You. Who are you? Judging from your reaction, I guess I guessed it right, huh? Lorraine played with the big scissors in his hand and said calmly. In fact, he knew very well that he was just saying this to tease Moria. Joe, you fool, you dare to tease me. What else do you know? Are you also from the country of Wano? Lorraine's words made Moria realize that this guy was deceiving him, but he hadn't been mentioned by others for a long time, and very few people in the world knew about it. After a while, I lost my bearings. After experiencing the initial shock, I gradually calmed down. After a closer look, I realized that this guy was a demon guard who had become very famous recently. No one came out in the light just now. That's a lot to know, but I'm not from Wano country. Isn't Wano country closed to the outside world? Well, that's true. After all, your experience has been announced by the world government a long time ago, but I'm still curious about how you know this. Lorraine is relatively easy to recognize. In the first half of the Grand Line, he was the only one who received a bounty since he was a child. Now the bounty is as high as 1 billion. Well, you can understand that I know most of the secrets in this world. Before Moria could speak, Robin rolled his eyes and started talking nonsense again. In fact, Lorraine really wasn't talking nonsense, he really knew. But not only Robin, but Moria obviously didn't believe it either. Hey, interesting, is there anything else that can surprise me? Moria asked again, already thinking about how to cut off his shadow. After all, judging from the latest news, this guy can actually fight the legendary marine hero Garp. It must be ridiculously strong. As for what to do next, it's simple. After cutting off the shadow, you will be unconscious for a period of time. Just kill him during this period. Your body can also become a powerful zombie. It's so wonderful. Of course there is, such as the current situation in Wano country. Oh, is it so? Moria looked disdainful. He didn't even know. How could this guy know? Of course, Kazuki Oden's son is planning to take back the country of Wano from Kaido. His name is Momosuke. Lorraine said with a smile, and then added in her heart, he will die, even Jesus can't keep him, I said so. Even after more than 20 years, his murderous intention towards Momonosuke has never changed. Hearing this, Robin looked at Lorraine strangely. How did he know this news? Can the Thunder Fruit eavesdrop on New World? Moria was stunned for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal. It was impossible. Didn't Kaido kill all of Oden's relatives? Impossible. Ha ha ha, if you don't believe me, I'm not here to chat with you. My wife is interested in your abilities. Can you give me a show? As he spoke, he pulled out a corpse from behind, which was exactly the one that Hogback had stitched up before. Moria, did the topic change so quickly? I almost didn't catch it. Robin also had a question mark on his face. Where did you take it out? I didn't see anything in your hand during the whole journey. And when did you take it out? Why didn't I see it? In fact, it's not surprising that Robin didn't see it, because now Lorraine always likes to go out empty-handed, but after all, he is also a great swordsman, and it is a bit too much to go out without even bringing a knife. Then after a lot of hard work, I asked Tongzi to find a way to open a system space, and then added some money, cultivation value, and then it was done. Lorraine wanted to get a space item, but Tongzi couldn't get it. Tongzi could only get the simplest kind of products that were beyond this world. Tongzi had to work hard for this system space for a long time. Let's not talk about this for now. Moria, who was opposite him, recovered from his confusion. Is this fool playing with me? Asshole, who do you think I am? Moria was furious, but never made a move. Lorraine hugged Robin and retreated several meters away. Look, I just said they won't perform for you, right? I'm so angry. Just as Robin was about to speak, Moria suddenly calmed down and spoke. Okay, but you have to give me the scissors, otherwise I won't be able to use my powers. He had already made a plan in his mind. Now that the two people had retreated a few meters, their shadows were magnified again, covering half of the room. As long as he took back the scissors, he would be able to hurt the shadows of the two people. Then you can take advantage of the other person's pain to restrict their movements and cut off their shadow. As for what happens after that, it will be even easier. Cutting off the shadow will make the two people unconscious for a while. Just lock them up with sea tower stones while they are unconscious, and lock them up until they die. Oh, here you go. Lorraine didn't think too much and threw the scissors directly. Mariah's method was aimed at shadows. He had 100 ways to prevent Mariah from touching the shadows. Mariah caught the scissors and his face suddenly lit up with joy. Then shall I start? Hurry up, my flowers have dried up after waiting. Lorraine's funny voice made Mariah grit his teeth, and he pressed his palm towards the shadows of the two people on the ground. Then the room suddenly went dark and the lights went out. Only the small lampshades used for lighting on the surrounding walls were left, and the shadows of Lorraine and the two people shrank back to their feet. Moria, what? These two headlights are a bit hot, please turn them off first, don't worry about us, you can continue. Robin covered his mouth and shook his shoulders with laughter. Mariah's attention was all on Lorraine, and he didn't notice that she was suppressing laughter for the time being. No, my eyes are short-sighted and need to be brighter. Someone come and change the lights. A group of zombies squeaked in fear and replaced new light bulbs and lit them again, and the shadows of the two people were illuminated again and extended to Moria's feet. Moria adjusted her breathing and stared at the shadow on the ground. She opened her palm and pressed it again. However, a white light flashed in the room and the key was still empty. Moria, what again? Looking up, Lorraine was holding a white and huge ball of lightning in his hand. The zombies were trembling with fear. They could feel that this thing could make them disappear. It illuminated the entire room so brightly that it overshadowed the two big lights behind him, and the shadows had already run behind. Lorraine seemed to know nothing. Are these two lights bright enough? I'm adding another one for you. Mine is the brightest one. Moria, don't be too bright, the light will dazzle your eyes. Oh, okay, I thought you had night blindness. Lorraine said and put away the lightning in his hand. Robin was almost going crazy and leaned on Lorraine's shoulder. What kind of disease is night blindness? Mariah didn't know why, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, regained his composure, and pressed towards the shadows of the two people again. Unsurprisingly, I pressed empty again. Ah, he turned his head fiercely and looked at the two people. I still think it's too hot under these two lamps. Stand somewhere else. What's wrong with you? Lorraine put his hands in his pockets, and Robin put both hands on his right shoulder, almost hanging on him. When he saw Mariah, Lorraine looked over and explained innocently. Ha 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 ha. Robin couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed loudly, wiping his tears while laughing. When Robin laughed, Moria realized that these two people were playing tricks on him. Yes, he can know the country of Wano, and it is not surprising that he knows his own abilities. Evil, devil, guard, you dare to play tricks on me. Go to hell and do it. Mariah, who was overwhelmed with anger, still did not plan to go up by himself. Instead, he let all the zombies in the room swarm up, and Absalom also turned on his invisibility. Countless zombies instantly surrounded the two people, but it was no use. Endless electric light spurted out from the pile of zombies, and all the zombies were reduced to ashes in an instant. How can we fix it, this fool? Want to leave? Before Moria could curse her next sentence, she saw countless ink-like shadows flying out of the ashes, wanting to escape and return to her master. Moria stretched out his hand, and all the shadows were frozen in midair, and were forcefully pulled back into Moria's body. After swallowing so many shadows, Moria's size has become slightly larger, but there are no other abnormalities. Lorraine suddenly grabbed him behind him, and Absalom's figure was immediately revealed. Then Lorraine threw him to the ground and applied a 10 million volt electrotherapy shot. Absalom, don't worry, he's not dead yet, asshole. After taking back the shadow, Moria turned to Lorraine and the two again. When he saw Absalom being shocked by Lorraine, he suddenly exclaimed. Moria cared about his subordinates. After confirming that Absalom was still alive, he stood up and looked at the two Lorraines as if he wanted to eat them. But now all the zombies in the room have been eliminated, and no matter how many more those things come, it will probably be useless, so he can only deal with two people by himself. However, Moria has lost everything since she was defeated by Kaido, and she hid here out of despair. Over the years, she has relied entirely on her fruit abilities to plunder, leaving zombies and his men to do anything. Basically, it can be said it's useless. As expected, Lorraine was put to the ground in one round. Just when Lorraine was about to make the next move, the bell rang on the entire three-masted sailboat. At 12 midnight, it's here. At the same time as the bell rang, there was a noise outside. Two people walked through the corridor and walked into the room, followed by a group of zombies carrying a large coffin. Lord Moria, we brought this prey, eh. The visitors were none other than Perona and Hogubik. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that the ground was covered with the ash after the zombies had been electrocuted, Absalom and Moria lying on the ground, and two unknown people. Perona's eyes almost flew out of her sockets. What was going on? Lord Moria was defeated. Hogubik, who was on the side, was already trembling with fear. He remembered his fear of being shocked. At this time, Lorraine and the two also turned around. Hey, Perona, Robin, how do you know me? How do you know my name? What was even more surprising was Perona. She had grown up with Moria and was very sure that her name had not been revealed. How did this guy know? Moria, who was lying on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood, got up with difficulty. Perona, be careful, this guy is an enemy. Very dangerous. Perona was startled and jumped back several steps. The ghost of negativity. Several translucent spirits flew out from Perona's hands and crashed directly towards Lorraine and Robin. He turned into lightning and disappeared, and came behind Perona. He was not sure whether his domineering power or fruit ability could resist the influence of the negative ghost, so it was better to be safe and avoid it directly. Just do it. Such an unlovable little girl needs to be shocked. Yar. Perona only heard the voice coming from behind her, and before she could turn around, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. I still remember this little girl Lorraine. She was a little Tsunere, but she was not bad at heart. She would still tell Zoro some unexplained things in the future, so I kept it. Electric Absalom has 10 million volts, while electric Perona only has 1000 volts. This is because the people in this world have special constitutions, otherwise 500 volts would be enough. Perona twitched for a while and then fell to the ground. Although she did not faint, her whole body was still soft for a while, and her skin was not burnt black by the electricity. Perona, how can it be repaired? Moria's eyes were splitting, but Lorraine gave him another dose of electrotherapy, and nothing could be done. Get it? Oh, no, there's another one. Turning his head to look at Hogubik, Hogubik's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. When he saw Lorraine looking at his calf, he was spinning. Don't kill me, I was forced to. Forget it, just click casually, it would be really embarrassing to kill this guy. After stunning Hogback again, Moria and his three weirdos all lost the ability to move. Turning his head to look at where Robin was just now, Lorraine was stunned. He saw Robin sitting on the ground like a duck. Oops, I just escaped the negative ghost, but baby Robin didn't seem to escape. I want to become a dandelion on the roadside. Ha 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 ha. He had never seen Robin like this before, and he found it so interesting that he couldn't help but laugh out loud, but in the middle of his laughter, he suddenly covered his mouth. Suffered. I got carried away with my pride. Although I was in a negative mood, I still had the memory. Sure enough, after 5 seconds, Robin slowly got up from the ground, his whole body exuding a murderous aura. Lorraine broke out in cold sweat. She was done, she was angry. Luo Lin, did you laugh just now? No, Robin, you must have heard wrong. Yeah, of course. Ha, ha ha, how could Robin believe his lies? He slowly walked up to Lorraine and put his hands on his shoulders, then grabbed his ears. If you dare to tell me, you will be dead. Lorraine nodded wildly, scared and timid, and then he realized that Robin was blushing too. It's very interesting. At this time, Robin also had a slight breakdown. She had never lost such a big person in so many years, especially when Lorraine saw it. This guy will definitely remember when he gets old that the moment before he closes his eyes, Taish is dead. She really wants to leave here. He glared at Lorraine again. Lorraine, forget it, destroy it, there is nothing you can do against him. But she still had a way to deal with Moria and the others. As long as we kill everyone who knows, no one will know. 12-wheeled flower strangulation. Absalom and Perona were unconscious now, and Robin did not attack them. Moria and Hogback, who were lying on the ground, both had 6 hands. Then Robin looked fierce, and a crisp sound came. Moria and Moria were directly broken into a C shape, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Robin also knew that this alone would not kill Shichibukai, but it would be enough to relieve his anger. After doing this, Robin's expression softened a little, and she headed outside. Through Moria's behavior just now, she already had a rough idea of how the zombies moved. So there was nothing here that she was particularly interested in. This embarrassed her and she didn't want to stay there for a moment. Lorraine looked at Robin, who was walking out, and quickly followed. "Robin baby, wait for me." The sound gradually faded away until it disappeared. Sure enough, after a while, Moria woke up. Those injuries were not serious injuries at all, and he had been strangled when he fainted. However, Hogbark was not so lucky and was sent directly to meet Satan. Hogubak. As soon as Moria woke up, he checked on Hogubak's condition, but Hogubak's body was almost cold by now. Asshole. Ignoring the grief, he turned around to check on the situation of Perona and Absalom. Fortunately, both of them were still breathing, but they fainted from some injuries. This made Moria feel relieved, as long as he was still alive, and at the same time, he became more determined in his heart that only by living can he lose. "Don't worry, Hogback, when I find a suitable shadow for Oz, I will definitely avenge you." As he said this, he looked at the coffin brought by Perona and Hogubak. He knew that the person arrested this time was inside, so he opened it and took a look. It was none other than Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, and they didn't know how they were caught. Lorraine actually discovered that there was someone inside, but he was too lazy to care. Outside the main mast of the 3-masted sailboat, the 2 people walked halfway and Robin suddenly turned around. "What's wrong? Was there a coffin just now? Is there anything interesting in it?" "It's a zombie. I've seen it. Let's go." "When did you see it?" "When you were lying on the ground." Lorraine said something casually. "Robin, you still said that." He raised his hand and pulled Lorraine's ear. Lorraine. "Oh, I seem to have said the wrong thing again." The direction the 2 of them were heading was towards the entrance. It was now past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The 2 of them had no intention of taking any risks and were ready to go back and wash themselves off. According to Lorraine's memory, things here will be over at noon tomorrow at the latest, so it would be safer to sleep until getting up at noon. Moria has been delayed for a long time because of Lorraine's matter, and now it has officially begun to target Luffy and his party. After cutting out the shadows of Nami and others, he left Nami and others aside and ignored them. This is why Lorraine didn't bother to check who was in the coffin. There are many pirates or ordinary people who have lost their shadows in Moria's thriller bark. It is easy to kill them with Moria's ability. But when people die, their shadows will disappear, so they can't be killed. Moria doesn't have the heart to raise them, so it's fine to just leave them in the forest. They don't dare to come and cause trouble anyway. After putting the shadows of the 3 Nami people into the zombies, Perona and Absalom also woke up, but Hogback was already dead and could not treat Absalom's wounds, so he could only let him carry it by himself. But at this time, the zombie who had just squeezed into Chopper's shadow weakly raised his hand. Lord Moria, I seem to know how to treat wounds." After hearing this, Moria and the other 3 looked at the penguin zombie, shivering at the sight of the little zombie. "Oh, I remembered. That Tanuki seems to be the ship's doctor for Straw Hat Boy and his friends, and he was attracted by Hogback's reputation. Let him try it." "That's it. Great. Handle it well. If you handle it well, you will become a doctor in the future." Hearing this, Moria was overjoyed. Although the grief of losing Hogbark had not yet faded, being able to treat Absalom's wounds now was enough to make him happy. Although it was just a shadow, the penguin zombie's treatment method was still very professional. Absalom's wounds were treated in a short time. However, the internal injuries caused by being kicked by Lorraine were not healed, but they no longer affected normal actions. "Perona, the Straw Hats are all on the boat. You lead all the zombie generals and go over and catch them." "Hi, Lord Moria. Originally, if Perona and the others were injured, they would be allowed to rest, but now the situation is urgent and one of their generals has been lost. Moria didn't expect to get the shadows of Lorraine and the others, so he couldn't wait to get the shadows of Luffy and the others. The shadow with a bounty of 300 million, coupled with the corpse of the ancient demon Oz in his collection, will surely be able to create a powerful zombie warrior. Then you can take revenge. Nami and the others were one step slower than Lorraine and Luffy and the others were one step slower than Nami and the others. When they arrived at Hogback's mansion with the three-headed hell dog, there was nothing but dust on the ground. He simply ran to wander somewhere else, and by this time he had arrived at Perona's manor. This seems to be a lady's home. Yes, based on my many years of experience and the lingering body fragrance in the air, I conclude that the owner of this house must be a beautiful woman. Sanji looked at the layout of Perona Manor with a look of obsession, and gave his own judgment while taking a sharp breath. Licious Kappa, you really know your stuff. Zoro squinted his eyes at Sanji with a mocking look on his face, and Sanji instantly became furious. How can you repair it, you green algae head? I can't tolerate you. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and the expression on his face changed, becoming a bit mean-spirited. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world, ha 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 ha. Zoro blushed. This was what Zoro said after they were passed through by Perona's negative ghost in the forest just now. Now that Sanji is laughing at him, his reputation has been ruined. Angry, Zoro pulled out his knife and was about to fight him, but before he could do anything, there was a sound of footsteps next to him, and he followed the sound and looked over. Then they found Kumasi, who was looking after the house. Oh, a bear wearing a mask. I want to catch it and raise it. Luffy's eyes lit up and he was about to grab it on the spot and rushed forward without saying a word. But I didn't expect that Kumasi looked so cute, but he actually had terrifying strength. He could punch him into the wall with just one punch and he couldn't even pull it off. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji stopped pinching each other. Frankie also showed a surprised expression, and the three of them assumed fighting postures at the same time. Sikuni Aikini, I want to raise him more and more. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, don't do anything, let me catch him. After struggling hard twice, half of the wall collapsed and Luffy finally pulled himself off. Rubber bazooka. Kamashi was huge and naturally much bulkier. There was no way to avoid it. He was directly hit in the stomach by Luffy's rocket launcher and flew out, collapsing 2 walls before stopping. Yeah, win. Luffy jumped up happily, and then ran excitedly towards the direction where Kumasi flew out. He didn't know that zombies can't feel pain. The zombies won't stop unless he is completely wiped out or his bones are broken. So he just rushed into the next room where the smoke and dust had not completely dispersed, and then flew out at a faster speed, directly out of the door. Luffy, Zoro and the other three couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw it, and were about to chase them out to take a look, when suddenly several pieces of gravel flew towards the three of them. After knocking off the gravel, he looked at the big hole knocked out by Kumasi. Sure enough, Kumasi was already standing at the entrance of the hole. Ah, ha, ×3. A sudden sharp shout attracted everyone's attention. Before Zoro and the other three made any move, Kumasi's eyes widened. Thump thump thump, and ran out. Zoro and the other three hurriedly followed. When they got to the door, they found Luffy walking in from outside the wall, rubbing his head. Standing at the gate of the wall was a girl with twin ponytails, looking at her destroyed manor and screaming. Kumasi was walking towards her quickly. Luffy, what's going on? Tem, what did you do to this lady? Sanji's first thought was whether Luffy was bullying girls. Ah, I don't know. Luffy looked confused. He was thrown out by Kumasi just now and broke through the wall. He didn't know where he was going. Welcome back, Lady Perona. They broke in. Yeah, shut up Kumasi, don't talk, it's not cute at all. Perona's voice was very sharp, and Kumasi shut up on the spot and gestured towards Perona. Perona didn't even bother to look. She turned to look at Luffy and the others before they spoke. She saw Sanji approaching her with 2 big nostrils. This lady, yeah, what a pervert. Frankie, what did you call me for? Perona was shocked. Where did this idiot come from? When he raised his hand, a negative ghost passed through his body. Sanji immediately fell to the ground. My life is worse than a mackerel. Luffy and others were shocked. Is that ghost actually her power? Run. Luffy reached out and grabbed Sanji and ran outside. Fortunately, Luffy knocked a gap in the wall, otherwise it would have been difficult to run. After all, the ghost was quite fast. Making a mess in my yard and trying to run away. Negativity ghost. Even if they ran out of the wall, Luffy and others were still not as fast as the ghost, and they were soon caught up, and then the four of them fell to the ground together. Luffy, if there is an afterlife, I want to be a caterpillar. Zoro, I'm so sorry for walking on the same land as everyone else. Frankie, I was so bad that I should have been trampled by a wild dog on the side of the road. As for Sanji, I won't mention it, he hasn't recovered yet. Ha 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 ha, catch them. A large number of zombies suddenly appeared behind Perona and captured Luffy and others. On the other side, Nami, whose shadow had been cut off, had been separated. Usopp and Chopper were thrown into the woods, while Nami was left behind by Absalom. And this guy also begged Moria to return Nami's shadow to her. Moria asked strangely why. Absalom coyly said that he fell in love with Nami and wanted her to be his bride. Moria laughed for a while. Moria, who was too kind to his companions, pulled Nami's shadow out of the zombie and stuffed it back into Nami's body on the spot. After the shadow returned, Nami slowly woke up and found that she was being held on her shoulders and running wildly, almost eating out of her overnight meal. Hey, Chudo, who are you? Where are you taking me? You wake up, my bride. Don't worry, you will know later. What kind of bride? I don't want to be your bride. Nami struggled wildly. Absalom did not speak, but quickened his pace and returned to his residence. You put the wedding dress on her, I'm going to hold the wedding in half an hour. Yes, Lord Absalom. After throwing Nami to a few animal zombies, Absalom went to change into the groom's clothes. In the woods, Usopp and others were rescued by people wandering here. They were also people who lost their shadows, and they were wondering how to wake up people who had lost their shadows. Ah, circle dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circle dot operator. Usopp and Chopper suddenly sat up from the ground, almost peeing in shock when they saw the haggard people around them. Yeah, zombies. Help, everyone. We are not zombies, we are human beings. Special. Ah, not zombies. Usopp was stunned for a moment. Oh yes. They can all talk. If they were zombies, they would have eaten us long ago. Then he mustered up the courage to look at the people around him. Who are you? Just like you, we are all people who have lost their shadow and can only wander here. What? Lost shadow? Same as Brook, although I don't know who Brook is, he must be a poor person like us. As he spoke, he took a lamp and handed it to the two people. Then the two of them were stunned, because there was really no shadow of them under the light. But don't worry, we have asked the Straw Hats to help us defeat Moria and take back the shadow. Hearing this, the two of them were also shocked. Yes, Luffy and the others will be fine too. Then Nami. Oh no, Nami is missing. She was with us just now. Usopp and Chopper were in a panic. They must have been captured by that invisible weirdo. Invisible weirdo. A sturdy woman with pink braids walked out next to her, carrying two samurai swords behind her. Don't worry if he captured your missing friend. We know where he is. Really, that's great. Take us to find it quickly. But it's quite dangerous over there. Usopp and Chopper trembled when they heard the danger, but Nami's safety was more important. We must save her, please. But before that, we have to plan carefully. After all, we are not monsters like Luffy and the others. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.